Greetings and salutations. Oh, mercy. Let's see if we can get any more people. This week than we had last week. Doesn't look like it's happening. We're notifying viewers that you are live. Well, you're not doing a very good job of it, TikTok. Why am I seeing all these joins, but my number is just holding at 1? What's up with that? What's this do? What's that? Oh. How is everybody doing? Got all kinds of new buttons down here. Mirror my video. Gift I can gift to myself. Stickers, voice effects. Hey, hold on. Oh, see, but see, I can't see what it sounds like. Can I? Damn. Hold on. Let's see what we got. Stormtrooper, that's pretty cool. Chipmunk. Chris Bennett. Vintage. What's vintage sound like? See, I won't be able to hear it. Press and hold to try effect. Press and hold. I don't know what that's doing. Yeah, class is Sunday, part 2. So I do love spells. I do, but you can afford it. Because I'm really good at it. If you're really good at something, you charge a lot of money for it. And I hate doing it, so it costs a lot. Nobody can afford it, trust me. Because it's one of the things I really, really hate doing, because it's some of the stupidest goddamn work you could ever do. Plus, there's really no such thing as love work. All love spells are domination and control, and that's what it is, to call it what it is. There's nothing wrong with that, if that's what you want to do, but just call it what it is. Don't call it love, because it's not love. I got 2 new kittens yesterday, and they're crazy. I got one right behind, right here, looking at me through the ring light. You kittens are nuts. We ain't get more people on here. I'm just going to close this down and do it on Facebook. Because for some reason, I have like 60,000 TikTok followers, but I never get people on my lives for some goddamn reason. I see people with 120 followers, and they'll have 17,000 people on their damn lives. Like, I don't even understand how this works at all. More likes can attract viewers. Keep it up. Okay. TikTok says keep it up. More likes attract viewers. Encourage your viewers to share your video and invite more friends. Okay, I am encouraging my viewers to share my live video and invite more friends. TikTok's just giving me all kinds of recommendations. Why don't they just put it out to more people? Why don't they do that? Instead of encouraging people to do all this crap. I'm waiting for the people to pop in and go, is Jonathan the right one for me? Because I don't do fucking live readings on TikTok. Especially free live readings at that. I see join. Trisha join. Josh join. I see Yvonne join. I see all these join. Susan join. B joined. Elise joined. But my number is sitting there at 5. How is that? Is this shit not freaking accurate? Or do I need to do something? Or what the hell? Who's this? Now I hit that and it says there's 4 people watching. I'm seeing all these people join and my number's sitting at 5. So somebody explain this to me. I don't understand TikTok at all, and especially don't understand TikTok Live. Do we have anybody with any questions? Fuck TikTok encouraging people to share my video. I'm encouraging people to join the Ancestral Veneration class this Sunday, February 20th. Can be purchased on my website at primitiverootsconjure.com. This week's class we will cover, hey Lady Star, this week's class we will begin to cover how to begin to set up your ancestral space and altar. This is probably going to be a 2-parter, so that might be this class and the next class because it's kind of... And I was trying to put together like a diagram, like how or what exactly to set up an altar like, but that's the thing about ancestral altars is it's really personal. Those are really, really personal to each individual, and there's no way to just make a diagram and just make it across the board for everybody, y'all follow me, because it's really personal how those things are set up. So, like, I couldn't make the diagram. I was sitting there like, what the fuck? Like I'm seeing all these joins. Join. Justin join. Michelle join. Exotic join. Sunny Mac join. Aspect join. Nicole join. Foxy join. Like, like, according to that, I should have like 300 people in here. Like, they're still doing it. Like, I don't understand. Where do you see how many live people are watching the video, not top viewers? Hello, Ink Spot or Ink Pot? Your name is right on the fireplace, and I cannot read it. Okay, Ink Spot. Oh wow! Oh, look at that! That was a Venus flytrap. That's sweet. Awesome. Thank you for the Venus flytrap. That was badass. I've never seen that one before. You shared me. Well, thank you very much. Apparently you can't see how many people are on your live. Like, I thought it was this number in the corner, but apparently that's for top live viewers and not the number of live viewers. So I don't understand. Did the Medusa piercing hurt? I mean, all piercings hurt. It wasn't any worse than any other ones. It says 9 viewers saying I got 8. And if you look at the bottom, it's Shane joined. Like, I have all these people joining like crazy, but the number isn't going up. Like, I don't understand. How was the healing? It wasn't bad. Just like anything else, keep it clean. When you get mouth piercings, you have to rinse with like Listerine or some really strong mouthwash. Like every time you eat, drink, or smoke a cigarette, you have to rinse your mouth out when you have a fresh mouth piercing. That's a little bit annoying, but as long as you keep it clean, it was not bad at all. I think I was one of the very first people to have this piercing, actually. Tells you how old I am. I actually literally only seen maybe one, maybe two other people have this piercing before I got it. Like, that was a long time ago. I think I was like 21 or something like that. The vibe energy different change at my house now. Okay. Well, you cannot be old because we're the same age. So don't say we're fucking old. I think I don't know. Feel that old. But I'll tell you what, Gen X age is so much better than everybody else, it seems. Who's here? Daniel Rosser. Okay. Welcome, Daniel Rosser. Wait a minute. Carlene Champagne. What is going on with the energy at your house? Gen X, I'm telling you, we're the fucking best. We just age differently. I don't know why. Probably because we don't stress out like all the other generations do. We just don't give a fuck. We don't stress. Youngins at 45, be 52. Whew. That's still not old though. Do you need sage? I mean, for your home? I'm not a big proponent of sage. I really don't think it does much of anything other than it does kind of clean the air of like bacteria and like airborne. I don't want to say pathogens. That's not the fucking word I'm looking for. Like airborne particle things that are not good for you, whatever you would call that. It does that. But other than that, I am not a big proponent of sage at all. Microbial. I wanted to say something like, not allergy. I guess allergens? No, it's not allergens. What's a good cleanser for spirit? I mean, it really depends on what you're trying to get rid of, but I am a strong proponent for camphor, while I am not a strong proponent of sage. Camphor will remove everything from your home, living and dead. Everything runs from camphor. So if you want to cleanse your home, you burn camphor. No, it was just different. All good, just telling you. Okay. You had pics from last week. What was last week that you had pics of? The spirit has attached you? Well, I mean, the only way to really know that for sure would be to get a reading with someone to figure that out. If you're not good, like if you don't have a good divination system on your own, or sometimes if you do have an attachment or you do have an intruder in your home, it can fuck with your divination. Like your divination tools can be hijacked. So that's a cat ass. These kittens are nuts. I haven't had kittens in a long time. They're crazy. What was I saying? Yeah, so divination tools and systems can be hijacked if you do in fact have an attachment on you, or you have some kind of unwanted intruder in your home. So if things like that pop up, then you want to get like an outside opinion, an outside reading, a third-party reading. I had some shit fucking with my divination a couple months ago that I had to go get a reading from a friend of mine, and it was fucking with his shit. Like, it was fucking with his tools, and he was like, damn, and I'm like, see, I fucking told you. He's like, I ain't fucking kidding. He's fucking with my shit. He was over there fucking with his shit. Just doing my reading. Good morning, True Goblin King. Awesome name. How do you find a good one? Oh, what, a good reader? 3/27/77 times 3/27. Oh, is that the time you were born? That's pretty cool. You need a reading? Unfortunately, I have been fully booked up now for a while, and I don't foresee having any openings until probably fall, maybe a little longer. But I can refer you to a very, very good reader, the person I go to when I need readings personally. And if you just like DM me on Facebook on my page or email me through my website or whatever, I can get you his contact information. You can book a reading with him. He's amazing. You've had 2 people die in your house, and I definitely, I got the David Bowie reference there. I would definitely say you need to cleanse your house very well. There's also a lot of things that need to be done if someone dies in a house. I mean, I don't know if they died in the house before you were a resident of the house or while you were living there. But when someone dies in a home, there's lots of things that are supposed to be done so the spirit doesn't remain trapped in the house. Like, you should cover the mirrors, you should open some windows, you should open the doors, especially the front and back door, if you have both, or at least open the front door. Like, there's all kinds of things. The corpses should always be carried out of the door feet first. There's lots of things that need to be done when someone passes away in a home to keep their spirit from remaining there. I don't know if those things were done or not. Well, probably not, because a lot of people don't hold true to these old, this cat, to these old things. Stop! Crazy. You got money, you need someone or something, can you do me? Yes, here, yes. I can refer you to the guy I go to for readings, because I don't have any openings. Wife passed on before I bought the house. Old lady passed, nothing was done. And I would definitely say the house needs a good cleansing and camphor. I mean, there's other ways to cleanse the house besides smoke. Like, that's just one way to cleanse a home. I like doing multiple types of cleansing. Like, I'll start with smoke, then we'll do sound, we'll do literal cleansing, like floor washes and stuff that'll run everything out and remove things. And I would say spiritual maintenance is important. Like, spiritual cleansing should be done at minimum once a month. And if you're a worker, it should probably be done like once a week. Spiritual maintenance will solve a lot of problems and keep you from having a lot of problems. Will it give your wife peace? How do you know she doesn't already have peace? You don't know, see? I think if she didn't have peace, you would probably have had an inkling that she wasn't at peace. Moss. She died peacefully. Well, and if you haven't had any happenings to say otherwise, then I would assume that she is at peace. But I would cleanse the home of death, because death in itself is an energy, a spirit that you don't want hanging around. You don't want it in your home. So I would be, unless that's the kind of energy you work with, but I would be cleansing the house if there was death. I mean, I got a lot of death in my home, but I work with death, so I work with the dead, so It's not bad around here. But for a normal person, that's not an energy you want hanging around inside your home. So you gotta cleanse that. You gotta remove that, get rid of it. Y'all like my fire? I don't even know if you can see it. I'm probably blocking it. I'm sitting out here instead of my room because it's really cold down here in the low country this week. We had big storms roll in yesterday, tornadoes popping off all damn day, and behind the storms came a big cold front, of course. So we're like really fucking cold today. And really fucking cold in the south was like 52. It was fucking cold. So by what and how do I cleanse then once more? Okay, you're going to buy camphor. You can actually get it on my website. I have it available, primitiverootsconjure.com. It's little squares. If you don't want to get them from me, you can get them usually at any store that sells sporting goods that has a hunting section. And it'll be where the hunting section is. It'll be little squares, camphor. And they usually sell it as a deer camphor, it's called, or deer repellent, or something like that. But if they have a sporting goods section, they'll probably sell it. Walmart carries it sometimes at some Walmarts, but Dick's Sporting Goods, Gander Mountain, Bass Pro, those kinds of stores, you can usually find it in the hunting section. And what you're going to do is light one of the little charcoal discs, that you burn incense on. Light one of those up, let it get all smoky and shit. Put the camphor on there and burn it, and take it all through your house. Open everything up. Open your closet doors, all your bathrooms, even your cabinets if you want. If you got death in the house, I'd open everything up. Open your cabinets, open your windows, open your doors, open your closet doors, open everything. And smoke it all out with that camphor. And just tell, anything that's in this house that is related to death or is malicious or is not, doesn't have my best interests, just get the fuck out. You can't be here. And it'll run from the camphor. Trust me, everything runs from camphor. Nothing will remain when you burn camphor. Tobacco, Georgia. Oh, Toccoa, Georgia. Sorry, tobacco. You had storms too. You would have got them today, though, right? I think they were going through Florida and Georgia today. We had them yesterday. Spell, please. Okay. Oh, spell it. CAMPHOR. Camphor. What's that? Ooh, that was pretty. Thank you for the galaxy. Yes. Thank you. That was pretty. I like seeing. I never seen that one either. That's pretty fucking cool. Yeah, you can get it on my website, primitiverootsconjure.com. They come in a block of 4 squares, I believe it is. It's either 4 or 6. I think it's 4. I think I sell it for like $2 a block. I've seen some things on TV of spirit knocking on doors, and no one. Yeah, if you get knocking on your door, don't answer it. It's kind of the same thing, in Appalachians. If you hear someone calling your name, you don't fucking answer. Someone knocks on your door, and you look out the window, and you don't see anyone at your door, you don't answer the fucking door. No. I'm awesome. Oh, thank you very much. I don't know about that, but I try to help people. That's why I'm here giving you my time. I see a lot of people joining, and this number is not going up. I do not understand this TikTok shit. What's fucked up, too? Is Generation X, we started with fucking home computers. Like, they came out when I was in my, mid to late teens. They came out because I remember I had gotten a home computer. I think I had Windows 9. It was either Windows 93 or Windows 94. And AOL and all that shit. And then, like, the year I was graduating, my school got computers. Like, they decided to make a computer room, like class And they ordered all these computers, and nobody in the school knew how to set them up, but put them all together, plug them in, set them up, all that shit. So I did it. I set up the whole computer system for my fucking high school. Like, I used to be really good, but I don't understand this TikTok shit, like, at all. I helped. Well, I'm glad I helped. You can also do a sound cleansing with the smoke. Just use something loud and clangy, like a big bell, or like a cast iron pot with a big metal, like fork or spoon or ladle or something, and just go around your house and ring the ever living shit out of that bell everywhere. You go everywhere, and you always work back from front. When you're cleansing your house, you always start at the back, and you work your way to the front till you get to the front door, and all that shit better be open. Well, my questions aren't stupid because I had that feeling when I seen it. I don't see any stupid questions. Not tonight. There's no stupid question. I think there's some people that don't. Common sense is not a flower that grows in everyone's garden, but I mean, you don't know if you don't ask, right? So, what I say, no stupid questions, only stupid answers, right? Yeah, no, you don't know what you don't know. And the more you know you don't know. The more you learn you have a lot more to learn. The more you know nothing. I do not claim to have the absolute truth of anything. I just speak from my experience, the things I have been taught and trained in, and the things I have personally experienced. So that's what I talk on. My shit's empty. Hold on. Okay. I really came on here just to promote my class on Sunday because I got a few more spots open. This kitten, his name's Perry, and his brother's name is Pope. My husband named the other one. I just call him Poe, like Edgar Allan Poe. He keeps getting in all my shit. Daniel joined through invite. Awesome. I'm here with my time, y'all. I'm here to answer your questions, make use of my time. I don't get to do this very often. I'm a very busy person. A lot of clients, and besides clients, I have a hobby farm that I run and work that I do every day and things I got to do. So I don't get to come on live very often. Take advantage of my time. I'm giving it to you freely. How does one get rid of little trickster spirits? Asking for a friend. Truck driver. Well, I'm a big fan of truck drivers. Cat are good to have around. Long time ago, seen a cat spirit. I seen a zombie cat once, believe it or not. I didn't know such a thing existed. You'd be surprised at things that exist, that actually exist. Now, this cat's being all crazy. Ho! Ho, do you want to say hi? Oh! What would you like to say? Would
Would you like to say anything? No? You just want to go be crazy? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, a zombie cat. I seen a fucking zombie cat one time, man. It was crazy. And it followed us from fucking New Orleans. I seen it in New Orleans come out from behind a parked car. And it looked like a cat, but it looked like a dead cat. Like it was all like mangled and fucked up and shit. And I was like, God damn, I wasn't the only one either. I was with 2 other people that saw it. And I drove home. We drove home to New Orleans because we were down in New Orleans for like a couple weeks. And this is when I was living in Pennsylvania. And we drove home from New Orleans to now you gonna come up here. From New Orleans to Pennsylvania, and we got home, and I seen the fucking cat again. I was like, the fucker followed us. Hey, quit bumping. This is his brother. This is Perry. What would you like to say? Her and Perry? Yeah? Okay, go be crazy. Yeah, fucking zombie cat. That's pretty crazy. But yeah, you'd be surprised at the things that actually exist that you don't think that actually exist. Hold on, I'm scrolling to read the comments. Okay, how does one get rid of trickster spirits? Well, it kind of depends on the spirit, and it kind of depends on if they were invited or not. Because once you invite something, it's a little bit more difficult to get rid of it than, something following you home from the graveyard or the store, or like whatever happens to me all the damn time. What I told Daniel earlier, camphor is always a good cleanse. Now it depends whether or not the spirit is actually attached to anyone, or whether it's just kind of hanging around in the home and being a nuisance. It's a lot easier to get rid of. If it's attached, then you got to start doing spiritual baths and cleansing yourself and your home. But camphor is always a good start. Spiritual baths, if it's an attachment, good start. All kinds of, I've had to cleanse a lot to get rid of some things. What happened when you see Shadow Man with hat? I have one of those. I lived in an apartment in Harrisburg, and I had a hat man that lived in that apartment, but he just hung out in the fucking hallway. And I would see him. He never entered any rooms. Like, he literally just hung out in the hallway, and he would just stand in the doorway and watch everything that was going on in a room like you were in. Or he would just like stand at the corner and just watch. Like, he never did anything. I always just called him the Watcher because he never did anything. So I know some people have had bad experiences with the Hat Man, but I never did. He didn't never do anything. He just watched all the time. He didn't enter, and he would stand at my bedroom door and just like watch. He'd stand at the living room door and watch, but he just stayed in the hallway where all the entrances and doors were, and he would just go to doors and watch. Oh my God, this cat is nuts, Perry. Now you gonna stick your butt at. Look, you're about gonna get in trouble, buddy. I've had these kittens since yesterday, so they're really nuts. And it's been like a while since I've had a kitten, like at least 6 years. I got full-grown cats, but I haven't had any kittens in a long time. Who should start repenting? Are you kidding? Oh my God, you do not be on here as Aunt Lydia. Are you fucking y'all? Alright. If y'all don't understand this reference and why they're using that profile picture and that, why they are doing what they're doing, They are now blocked. Fuck Aunt Lydia. Fuck Aunt Lydia. Never had a bad thing happen, though, with Shadow Man with the hat. Yeah, me either. Me either. I know some people have had bad experiences. But see, the ones I've heard where people have bad experiences with shadow people, they usually have, they say they have glowing red eyes or something. And my Shadow Hat Man didn't have any eyes. Like, he was just a shadow hat man. Like, you couldn't see eyes or anything like that. So maybe there's two different kinds of shadow people. Maybe there's like malicious ones and their eyes glow red, and then the ones that are the watchers, you know, they just hang out and watch and don't really do anything. That's my experience anyway. I can't believe somebody is going to put themselves out there as Aunt Lydia. That is such a fucking troll. Fuck Aunt Lydia. You seen it two times, just him with a dog. You seen a hat man with a dog? That's different. There are spirits that go with dogs, and they usually have dogs with them, but I never heard of a shadow person or a hat man having a dog with them. There are several spirits I'm aware of that come with dogs, though. Most of them are like crossroads spirits that come with dogs. And then you also got like San Lazaro. He usually comes with dogs. I've never heard of a shadow person. I don't think you're lying. I believe anything is possible, believe me. I don't think you're lying at all. I'm just not sure if that was like an actual shadow person or if it was something else, because I've never heard a shadow person coming with a dog. Other things come with dogs, though. I'm just moving my chair so I can put my old feet up. What is it with kittens that they get stupid at night? Like, they just act crazy at nighttime. I'm in for a ride, y'all. I ain't bad or good. The spirits with the dogs? I mean, I think any spirit could be good or bad. I think spirits are pretty neutral. They could go either way, you know, just like people. People can be good and bad at the same time. Like, you can be good to one person, bad to another person, depends on the person and the context of the situation. But the ones that come with dogs that I'm aware of are usually crossroads spirits, and like I said, San Lazaro. And San Lazaro, he's usually seen in a good light, but don't forget, he's the saint of like plagues and pestilence and disease. So while, you know, he's often petitioned to cure those things, he can also cause them. So like I said, anything, I don't care what it is, anything has, you know, a front and a back. Anything can be used beneficially or malevolently. So spirits are pretty much the same way. They ain't come in either form. Crossroads spirits are usually like tricksters, though. Usually. They got a little bit of that trickster shit in them. So it actually wouldn't surprise me if they showed up as like a shadow hat man. Wouldn't surprise me one bit, because they got that trickster shit going on. Which again, I mean, that can be a good thing or it can be a bad thing. $1,700 likes. 4 top viewers. Fucking TikTok. Are death spells real? I mean, can they work? Yeah. I ain't gonna lie. They are real and they can work. Now, if someone skilled enough, number one, to pull it off that it works and doesn't backfire, that's a whole nother thing. And you also have to account for universal law of balance and justice. If the work is not justified, usually it will either backfire or it will fizzle out and it won't work. Personally, I would rather send dead to somebody than do a death spell. I'll just send you some fucking fucking Morto over there to take care of your ass. That's funny too, because something I usually don't tell people, a lot of people don't know about me, is if I actually do some kind of what do you call it, left hand kind of work, people usually die, and that is not even my intent. It just happens. And my spirits are funny. I work with a lot of spirits, and when I do work, I usually put it in their hands. I can say what I want to happen or what I really don't want to happen, but they will carry the work out as they see fit. And if they see fit as death, or that would cause the most suffering, because it's not always the target that death happens to. In fact, more times than not, it's everyone around the target that winds up dying, because that is what causes the most pain and weakens the person the most, having all their loved ones die. So, work is funny, especially when you're doing left-hand work. The spirits are funny. But yes, death spells absolutely are real, and they can work if the person actually knows what they're doing and it's justified. If it's not justified, shit usually won't work. Universal justice, by the way, is completely different from our human sense of justice. What the universe thinks is justice and what we think is justice are two completely different things. A lot of things people don't understand about work too is sometimes it can take a long time to manifest, even if it's justified. Shit can take a year, 2 years, 3 years to manifest, or it can manifest very quickly. My work usually tends to manifest very quickly, but some things take a couple years. I've never seen it go longer than 3. Usually by year 3, the shit don't fucking happen, but universal law is something everyone must abide by. That is not your Wiccan threefold blah 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 bullshit crap. Karma, that's not what that is. Universal law is universal law, just like gravity is the universal law. What goes up must come down, universal law. Everything abides by it. And it goes the same with work and witchcraft. There are universal laws that everything abides by. Justice is one of those. Balance is one of those. That's why everybody's always like, oh, why does so much evil exist in the world? If this was that or that was that, why would a Christian God allow evil to exist? And it has to. It ain't never gonna go away. It has to exist because that's balance. That's the balance. Everything has to be balanced. And if one thing tips over, the other one will come and rebalance it. Everything has to always be balanced. Am I just rambling on? Has anybody got any more questions? I just came on. I wanted to talk about my class a bit. I still got a few spots open in the class. Here comes this cat again. Hey, hey. Hey! Don't be up here acting you're nutty. Oh my God. He's gonna pull my whole thing down. Hey! Peregrine Took, you just won the Super Bowl. What are you going to do now? His name's Peregrine, but yeah, we call him Perry. Now they're going off together. Okay. Any more questions? I got time tonight. Disney World. This is a little microphone. I want to interview the kitten, see what his thoughts are. Ooh, my back is on fire. It's hot. You want to join class? Have to wait till end of month. This is the last class for this month, I do believe. The next class will be the first Sunday in March, whatever that date is. I'd have to look. But the classes are bi-weekly. There's 7 classes total, and we're on class 2, and they're bi-weekly. So there's 2 classes a month. They're only $21 per class. I try to make it attainable for everyone because I believe ancestors are important for everyone of every walk, of every culture. They are the most important. So I want everyone to be able to work with their ancestors for their best benefit. Hello, Northern Girl. Missed second class, need to catch up. Well, the classes are going to be recorded, and I will put them up on my site, available for purchase after the course is finished. You can purchase the whole course, or you can purchase each class separately. But I'll put the recordings up as like a download. So while you won't be able to like take part in the live class and ask questions and everything, you can get the information of the class through recording. Now the first class was 2 Sundays ago. This will be the second class, and I had an option on Zoom to record the class, and I chose that option, and it did not record. Apparently, you have to be using Zoom from a laptop in order to record the Zoom meeting, so that class unfortunately got lost. It did not record. This Sunday I'm going to borrow my husband's brand new laptop, which has never been used because he's a dude, and I will do the classes on there, so I can record them. They'll be up on the site, available for purchase after the classes are done. But some people, like, this is an entire course. It's like I'm starting off very basic. But while there's maybe some people that, are a little bit past basic, it gets a little bit more advanced as the classes go on. So I did it as separate classes, so, you can pick and choose what classes you need or want, and what classes you kind of already got the handle on this thing, and you don't need that class. These next 2 classes will be how to set up your ancestral altar and space. I do believe that's going to cover 2 classes. It's going to be in depth. The first class was basically just about ancestors. Who they are not, why they are important, all that kind of stuff. We went through that in the first class. Do you hear these cats? Okay, do we have any more questions? Oh, I got community candle service tomorrow night. And I still got a couple of spaces left in that too. So tomorrow afternoon will be the last chance to get in on the candle service for the weekend. You love cat. Do you hear him? Do you hear him yelling? Wait, hear him? Hey, Papa, leave them alone. Thank you. That's my full-grown cat picking on the kittens. Yardley of Flattery. See, Nick is nuts. I have people joining. My numbers do not go up. I don't know how many people are in here, and nobody is asking me questions. Y'all are sitting here in front of a treasure trove of knowledge pertaining to folk magic, witch lore, witchcraft, and nobody has any questions. Have y'all seen, what's his fuck? That preacher guy that's pissing the witch talk off so bad. What's his name? Locke. That's his name, Locke. Something Locke. My Lord, that's all I'm seeing when I open TikTok. A everything question? All these witch talk people are trying to hex this motherfucker. I'm like, y'all. Y'all go be great with your fucking lavender and your fake black salt, because y'all ain't gonna do shit. Witch talk is so funny. My Lord. So fucking funny. It's all over time. I'm telling you, and everybody's stitching it. I seen one before I started this live, and somebody was pulling. How did they do that? They took 3 tarot cards. They like picked the 3. It was like the Hangman and the Nine of Wands, and I don't remember what the other one was. But they took 3 cards out of the deck, shuffled them up, and picked one card, and it was the Hangman. And she was like, he doesn't have any protection. Do with that information what you will. And I'm like, really? Well, I agree. He doesn't have any protection for what he's fucking with. It ain't going to come from witch talk. It ain't going to come from witch talk, I tell you what. Because those old heads that really know what we're doing ain't going to waste our fucking time. And the youngins are going to be hexing people with lavender, so I don't see anything happening there. Cats are under the table fighting now. Y'all just want to listen to me ramble? Is that the church thing with that guys? Yes, I believe it is. The guy exposing the witches in his church. That's some bullshit too. I can damn near guarantee there is no witch, not one, in his congregation. Now, there's a whole lot of Christian witches, and they don't even know they're fucking witches. They don't call themselves witches, but they are. And they're doing witchcraft, and they don't even realize it. But those are not the ones that this fucker was talking about. I can promise you there ain't no 6 witches in his evangelical fucking congregation and in his wife's Sunday Bible study or what the fuck ever. It ain't happening. It ain't. I'll tell you what happened. Somebody found out something about him and is probably either going to blackmail him or they're going to go to the authorities with some kind of information, and he's using this as a witch hunt for those few people that are getting ready to out him. That's probably what's going on. Yeah. There ain't no witches in his fucking congregation. What are you doing now? Y'all, I might be too old to have kittens, man. These guys are crazy. Jesus. And my old cat is just sitting here lounging like, these motherfuckers are nuts, Mom. They crazy. Lord have mercy. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. Witch talk is a fucking joke. Like kids, I'm telling you. And why is it at nighttime? Like they sleep all goddamn day. I don't see them, and if they come out, they're just all sweet and lovey and not doing nothing, being cuddly. And as soon as like we want to go to bed or shut the lights off or something, they start acting a fool. They're only 4 months old. Well, not even 4 months. These guys were born in October. I've been waiting since October to get these kittens, but I was getting them from a shelter, and the shelter don't give their kittens out until they've had all their shots and they've been fixed. So they can't be fixed until they're a certain age. So these guys are almost 4 months old. So they're not like itty bitty kittens, but they're definitely kittens. I don't know what this shit keeps rolling across here. Steve Sachs sent TikTok universe to Pretty Bill. What? Pretty boy out Ollie. What is this? I don't know what that shit is. 1 year? They're gonna be crazy for a year? Yeah. Probably. I have all kinds of like antique like glass lamps. You know, the kinds with like the big glass shades on them and shit. And I've been, every night I'm going to bed, I've been taking all the tops off the lamps and like stacking them over in the corner because I do not want my fucking lamps to get broke. I've had cats break lamps, so taking precautions with these ones. I'm going to break my damn lamps. Some things ain't cheap. I'm fixing to make a trip up to Pennsylvania here pretty soon, maybe next month or a month after. Y'all hear that dog snoring? I got a mastiff over here snoring her head off. I got this one right here starting to pull all my shit down. My back's on fucking fire. But it's too cold in my room to do this in there. Does anybody have any more questions? Does anybody in here cross stitch or do embroidery of any kind? You know, that's a form of spell work as well. This kitten is chewing on something. What are you eating? Whatever it is, it sounds like something you shouldn't be eating. Yeah, needlework, embroidery, cross stitch, needlepoint, all that shit is another way to do spell work. In case y'all didn't know that. Crochet, yes, I love crochet. I've been crocheting a long time. Crocheting is good. If you put intent and prayers into every stitch that you want for that piece, then it's another form of spell work. I've been if y'all don't follow me, I'm Pennsylvania Dutch, and for my ancestors and my ancestral space, I have been cross-stitching a whole lot of hex signs. And hex signs, they all have meaning. They all have a purpose. So while I'm stitching them, I put my purpose, intent, and my prayers into the stitching. And by the end, that piece is a spell. I'm just learning, but my intent is to use it for spell work. Excellent, because it is. It's definitely a form of magic. There's even a meme that goes around on Facebook. I've seen a couple of times. It's like, you know, you can take, you know, like 2 needles and some yarn and voila, blanket, witchcraft. Like, it's witchcraft. I have RA, so, oh, my husband has that. That's a tough one, man. That is a tough thing to fucking have. My husband suffers so bad with that. And that RA is some shit. Sorry. I'm sorry for that. There's some, I mean, I don't know if you've looked into herbalism and stuff for RA, but I've made things for my husband that work really well. Did you hear that? Cat. Devil's Club is a really good one for RA. You can like make a tea with it, or you can put it in a bath and soak in it. Devil's Club is a really good one. There's also a patron saint for arthritis, and I cannot remember what the fuck his goddamn name is. I'm horrible with names. I can't remember his name, but if you Google patron saint of arthritis, he'll come up. And I got my husband his stuff. He carries a coin and a card and shit in his pocket, and it does help. It does help. RA is some shit to have, man. That's the worst kind of arthritis because it's autoimmune. Terrible. Now, there's other good things for RA too, but I can't remember them off the top of my head because I'm old and I got too much. I got too much in here, and the recall, like I'll remember that shit like 3 hours from now. The on the spot recall is not so good anymore. I try. I do my best. Golden milk? I haven't heard of that one. I've not heard of that one. I know I've used Devil's Club. There's some other ones I've used that are good for arthritis. I can't think of what they are off the top of my head. I have like an herb dictionary in my head, and I just can't find it in the rotary and pull that card out. The arthritis one. I'd have to go look at my stuff. That's a terrible thing to have. You look kind of young to have RA. Red feather? What's red feather for? Be 40 next month. See, Gen X. Man, I'm telling you, we age different. Wait, 40. You might be millennial. You're right on the cusp of Gen X and millennial. We just age different, man, I'm telling you. I got carded up until I was like 33. I got carded for cigarettes, for alcohol, for everything. I even got carded. What was I buying? Lighters or butane or some fucking shit. And they carded me. And I was like, for real? Like, until I hit about 33. And I started getting all this gray and shit. And I don't get carded anymore. Gen X found the water. I'm telling you. You feel more Gen X, but yeah, on the cusp. I bet, yeah, 40 is right on the cusp. I'm almost on the cusp. I'm like 2 years from the cusp. I'm like, nah, I can't give out my birth year. I can't give out my birth year or my birthday or anything on TikTok Live. But I'm pretty close to the cusp, but I'm solid Gen X. My dog is snoring so loud, y'all. I wish I could take this microphone over there. She's so loud. Lord have mercy. Like, it's really distracting how loud that dog is snoring. Oh, the cats are back. Does anybody have any more questions? This is your chance. Hey, no, don't chew on the cord. Anybody have any more questions? These animals are driving me fucking nuts. I had to give away my Polish rooster. Well, I sold him. He was being so bad to the girls. Like, he was being vicious. In fact, I think him and the other big rooster teamed up and killed one of my hens. So I got rid of the two big roosters, and I still have my little Banny Roo, Axel, and I have another Polish rooster that is not quite grown yet. Like, he's just starting to do where he wants to crow, but he's not crowing yet, age. Hopefully, he'll be a better rooster. Do you do kitchen witchery? Oh, of course I do. Of course I do. I am a badass cook because I was raised by my grandparents. My grandma taught me how to cook. I am a badass cook, and I do all kinds of kitchen witchery. In fact, I joke to my husband all goddamn time that I need to open a fucking restaurant because I would make so much goddamn money. Add spells to canning? Absolutely. What do you think of shamans? I mean, what I think is that there's way too many people calling themselves shamans when they're not. I don't even remember the culture, but there's literally only like a handful or less of cultures that actually have legitimate shamans in their culture. And if people are not of that culture or have not been trained or initiated by the actual shamans of those cultures, then I call bullshit on it. I think there's way too many people claiming that title and calling themselves shaman. Oh yeah, I pretty much everything I cook, there's spell work in it. Even if it's just, blessings and, good health or, whatever I cook some kind of spell work in it. Absolutely. My husband calls it cooking with love. He says my cooking is so good because I cook with love, and I'm like, yeah, that's a little bit of it. Yeah. I don't even understand how, I guess those generations are different or whatever, but I don't even understand how some of these people and these kids today are taking the title of witch and they don't even know how to cook. I'm like, if you can't cook, like, I don't know. I just think a witch needs to be able to cook. Because if you can't cook, then how are you even going to make, potions or spells or oils or tinctures or salves or plasters or, any of this shit? How are you going to make any of that shit if you can't even cook a meal? Like, I don't know. Which is probably why I see so much of the fuckery I see on Witch Talk. Putting lavender and everything and all this bullshit. Like, y'all don't know how to fucking cook. If you know how to cook, then like, everything doesn't go together. Like, you can't put all the spices that you have in your cabinet in one dish and it's going to taste good. You know what I mean? Like, witchcraft is the same thing. You can't throw everything in your goddamn pot and it's going to work. It ain't going to taste good. It's going to be a mess. Like, I don't understand how people that can't cook be calling themselves witches. That's another thing, too. The generation I was raised from, my granny and her grannies and that, they would never have called themselves no witches. Like, witches were such a bad thing. And I understand that, these generations are like, we're claiming the title or, like that kind of deal. But, then I see like granny witches and like shit. I'm like, y'all, your granny, even if your granny was a witch, she ain't gonna fucking call herself a witch. Like, they're not gonna label themselves a fucking witch. They didn't do that. Witches were bad things. Especially in my culture. Where I grew up and I was raised in, witches were not good. They were bad things. Now, healers and midwifery and, you know, all these kinds of things, while doctor, you know, all that shit, root doctors and that, while, you know, it's a form of witchery, they wouldn't have called themselves that. You follow me? Like, witches were always bad things, so I don't know. I don't understand. I don't understand these generations. I'm always reminded of, I know y'all probably seen an interview with the vampire, right? And when it's like Armand and Louis, and Armand is like, you know, I need you to make connection with this age. And yeah, and I never understood that. I'm like, if you're alive during age, even if you're 400 years old, like, how do you not make a connection with it if you're living in it? You know, but I get it. I thought, there's my cat again. Hey, 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 Harry. Hey, Peregrine. You can use it. He's standing right in front of the camera. I couldn't see nothing. What was I saying? Yeah, I get it. Because I don't understand. I do not understand these other generations coming up. I do not get it. Oh, I stick with mainly house and kitchen witchery. Hey, you can't go wrong there. I kind of feel the same because I see so many on TikTok. I'm telling you, that, you know, years and years ago when I started on social media as, you know, a mentor in folk magic traditions and this and that, it was probably like 2014 or something when I officially started doing this stuff on social media. I seen a lot of people in this shit, and I'm like, it was like a fad, you know? I'm like, okay, so being a witch right now is a fad, and it's going to die a death, just like, here comes the cat again, just like all the other fads. Hey, I can't see. You can sit there, don't sit up there. But it hasn't. Like, I'm still waiting for the death of, he gonna stick? I'm still waiting for the death of the fad. This is not something everybody's cut out for, that's for sure. And as soon as, you know, it gets to where you actually got to do work, and people realize it's not fucking Harry Potter, and you actually have to get your fucking hands dirty and do actual fucking work, they, you know, they usually move on to the next fucking thing. Love cooking, but I don't have time. Oh, that's a shame. That's all. I don't eat out. All I do is cook. Really, Harry? I'm lucky if I eat out maybe once a month. I cook every fucking day. Not saying there aren't any shamans, but I don't think there's as many as I see. There's not. Now, I'm not saying that either. You know, there are legit shamans out there, but I don't know. You'd have to Google it because I don't remember the names of the cultures that actually have shamans, but there aren't many of them. And they're not, I believe Brazil might be one. I could be mistaken. Or Peruvian. I don't know. It's some kind of cultures down there, and they have actual legit shamans. But nobody else in any other culture is going to call themselves a shaman or label themselves a shaman because that's a very specific thing. And there definitely are not many of them. There's way too many people using that title. It's like using priestess now. Like, everybody's a priestess of something. Like, who's like you priestess of? A priestess is a title that you are granted through like initiations and stuff. So like, who the fuck you a priestess of? You have to have a tradition too. Like, you have to have a legit recognized fucking tradition and have gone through steps of title initiation to get the title of priestess. So who the fuck are you a priestess of? Like, too many people using this shit. You thought witches were wise women? They usually are. They usually are, but like I said, back in the day, a lot of what was witchcraft, if it was, beneficial witchcraft, like Glinda the Good Witch, if it was healing and midwifery and all this kinds of stuff, they were not called witches. They wouldn't have labeled themselves as witches, even though what they were doing is witchcraft. They wouldn't call themselves that. Witches were always bad things. Just like in my tradition, Pennsylvania Dutch powwow, like we have hexmeisters, we have brochers, we have all these other things. But hexmeisters and brochers and brochery, these are all, while it could be considered witchcraft, they do not label themselves as witches because they fight witchcraft and witches. Okay, they heal the hexery, they heal the curses, they remove the things. So they are not labeled as witches, and they don't call themselves witches. Witches are always something bad in my culture, always bad. Like the literal word in German for witch is hex. That's German for witch, hex. Witchcraft is hexery. So hexes and hexery are always bad, always bad. You have other practitioners, brochers and powwowers and hexmeisters, and while technically they're witches, they don't label themselves witches. They heal from witches. I was fucking being called a witch before I even knew what a witch was. I was in fucking grade school, like first, second grade, and all the kids would always fucking call me a witch and yell at me. And, she's a witch, and point to parent. And I'm like, I didn't even know what the fuck a witch was. Like, I'm like, and that's why I always say a lion doesn't have to tell you it's a lion. Like, everybody knows it's a fucking lion. And you don't have, people that got it don't have to flaunt it. They don't got to label themselves. They don't got to tell people I'm this and that. People fucking know it. If you trust me. You don't have to wear all black and wear pentagrams and all this crazy shit that everybody's doing. You don't have to do that. If you're the real deal, everybody knows you're the real fucking deal. Even if you don't know you're the real deal, everybody else will fucking know it. But yes, witches are wise women. Usually always very wise. I gravitate towards older practices as I get older because to me, it's more meaningful. Yeah, I've always done older practices. Not for a moment in my teenage years, I did kind of dip a toe in the Wicca pool for like maybe a year. And it didn't sit right with me or anything like that. So I stuck with my family's teachings and the stuff that I was brought up in and my culture and all that stuff. So, like, that's why my name is Primitive Roots. Like, I don't do New Age fuckery. I don't do metaphysical. I don't do, Reiki and all this other yoga, whatever, fuckery that everybody's doing nowadays. I don't do that shit. I stick with the old ways. You're really educated. I trust your judgment so much. Well, thank you. I don't know if I'm educated. I just have experience, and that's what I talk from. I talk from my own experience and things I was taught. Wicca was created, not old. Absolutely. And whenever anybody comes to me and they're like, I practice Wicca, I'm like, oh, so you practice colonized spirituality. Good for you. And it's like, the Wiccans are almost as bad as the Christians. they're always wanting to shove their, threefold and their do no harm and they're all this and that shit down everybody's fucking throat. Like, you can tell that the Wiccans were like de-Christianized Christians. Like, you just know it just by the way they are. Personally, I think there are some rules, as we were talking earlier about universal law. There are some rules, but there aren't that many rules. And, like, I don't know. I don't think there's any one correct way to do something. There's at least going to be several correct ways to do something. There's absolutely going to be wrong ways to do something too. But I don't really, rules, I don't know. Even in, the ATR traditions that I'm initiated in, you have different Ramas, you have different houses, and the different houses, even if it's the same Rama, will do things a little differently from the next house, even if it's the same Rama. It's like, while there are some rules, there aren't that many. Like, there's, usually several different ways to do something correctly. And there's many ways to do something incorrectly, but there's not really one set way on this is how you do it, and this is the correct way, and this is how everybody has to do it, or it's wrong. Like, there's not too much of that. Not even in, the religion and the traditions and stuff, there's not a whole lot of that. I wasn't raised with anything in particular, just stupid shit on and off, younger, but priorities. Change, yes, and things have to evolve as well. Now, that doesn't mean, like I said, there's a million wrong ways to do things too. So change doesn't mean, I'm just going to do whatever the fuck I want. Like, there's technologies and formularies set forth. Like, this is what works. This is, what energy this herb carries. This is what this does. This is what it's good for. And you can't just take that herb and use it for what the fuck ever. Or you can't substitute that herb for what the fuck ever. Like, there are some rules. Or this shit ain't gonna work right, you know what I mean? But it's not across the board, there's only one right, true way to do anything. Like, that's not my experience at all. I was taught, I call it granny magic from the mountains. Yeah, some people call it that. I usually call it like Appalachian folk magic or just folk magic, in general. Fun fact, when I first started on social media, like I said, I think it was 2014, and I started like making a name and a label and like opening a website and doing all this stuff, I had several names that I was considering for my line, and one of them was Hillbilly Hoodoo. Like, I thought of that shit back in 2014, but a friend of mine an ex-friend of mine talked me out of it, because she was like, if you call it Hillbilly Hoodoo, you're really going to pigeonhole yourself. Like, it's not going to be as accessible as you think it is. And I'm like, but I'm proud of being a hillbilly. I'm proud of that shit. Other people might think it's a bad thing to look down on it, but I'm proud of my fucking hillbilly. And, after thinking about it, like, she probably is right. Like, probably would have pigeonholed me and limited my audience or my clientele or, whatever. So I went with Primitive Roots Conjure, but yeah. I love the hillbilly. I love the old mountain folk magic that I was raised in. And the shit that people don't understand. I understand there are different schools of magic and witchcraft. That was a loud thud. See, now I got these kittens acting crazy, and I don't know if my kittens are acting up or if my spirits are acting up. I'm hearing all these noises. I'm like, okay, what's going on? I understand there's different schools of magic. There's, yeah, you got the old folk magic, granny magic, or whatever you want to call it. You got like high magic, and you got like alchemical magic, and there's like different schools of it. You got Goetia kind of stuff, like there's different schools of magic, and I understand it, but I just think, in my personal opinion, everybody complicates things way too much. In my personal experience, simple shit always works the best. The simpler something is, the better it's going to work. The more simple and common sense you can make your work without all this hoopla and ritual and rhyming words and like casting circles and crystals and all this crap that people are doing nowadays. Like, y'all, the simple shit always works. My most viral video on TikTok has over 1 million views, or 1 million likes, and it has like over 1 million views. It's like 1.9 million views with like 1 million likes. And it was simply, if you don't want somebody to come to your house anymore, throw some salt behind them when they leave your house. Simple, but baby! Simple, the simplest shit always works the best. The simpler it is, the better it's going to work. My other dog hears me talking to people, and she wants to protect me because she's a German Shepherd. She even has to guard me while I'm like taking a poop. Like, if she's not here to guard me and she hears me talking to someone, she freaks out. Like, she wants to protect me and guard me. But she's supposed to be sleeping. I think with the state of the world brings me closer to older practices, passed through the generations. Absolutely. Absolutely. I feel like the people who say there's only one way to do stuff are the aesthetic people. Yeah, I mean, that's probably a lot of it. And then they call themselves traditionalists. That one I think is pretty funny. Traditionalists. And then you go, I don't know. I don't understand what the fuck these kids are doing nowadays. Do you do classes or anything? If not, have you thought of... the whole reason I'm doing this live is because I wanted to talk about my class Sunday. I have an ongoing class right now, and it is on ancestral veneration. It's an ancestral veneration course, because that is my forte. I'm big on ancestors. Anybody that knows me knows that. And this is a course teaching you what ancestors are, how to set up a space for them, how to venerate them, how to call them in, how to, strengthen them and do all this. So that course is going right now. We're on class 2. Class 2 is this Sunday, 2 days from now, the 20th. And this class is the beginning of how to set up your ancestral space and altar. So it'll probably take 2 classes to cover that. So that the beginning of that is this class this Sunday. My familiar is a dachshund. I have to go, but thanks for thanks for joining us, Yard Late. See, and that's another thing. And Sin's house, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you took the time to, comment and sit down and watch for a little bit. Besides being Gen X, y'all, I'm also Scorpio, so I'm pretty harsh sometimes. I don't have a lot of tact with what comes out of my mouth. It just comes out the way it comes out, and I make a lot of enemies that way. Also, my facial expressions are gonna not let me hide any of my feelings. One thing in my understanding, okay, because everything I'm talking about is my experience and my understanding, and I can't speak of anything else, and I don't claim to have the absolute truth of anything. a lot of people think their pets are their familiars, and you know, that's not what I was taught. That's not the way I was taught of what a familiar is. A familiar ain't your pet. And I don't care, you know, how special Fluffy is not a fucking familiar unless you conjured up that animal, you made a pact with that animal, you feed that animal from your bodily fluids in some way, shape, or form, and that animal legitimately and actually does tasks and work for you. Like, you can tell your dachshund, hey, go get me some Tiffany Jones hair and bring that back to me because I need that for something. A real familiar would go get that fucking hair and bring it back to you. Like, I know everybody loves their pets. Y'all see me here with all these animals? Y'all, I love animals. I love my pets. But they are absolutely not familiars. Like, familiars are literally spiritual entities. They're not physical living animals. So if your dachshund is your familiar, you should be able to sacrifice your dachshund and he should reappear in a few days perfectly unharmed. That's a familiar. I don't think you're willing to try that. If you really think he's a familiar, there's a way to prove it. But a lot of people, there was a television series a couple years ago, and I know it's fucking kind of cliche and everything, and a lot of people probably didn't even hear about this series, but it was a TV series called Salem. And it was on, I think it was on WGAN, I think was the name of the network, if I remember correctly. And I think it had 3 seasons, maybe 4, but I think it was 3. Damn, y'all hear that shit? That was actually, in some things they did, was pretty fucking accurate to actual fucking witchcraft and the way things actually are in witchcraft. So, example, there was a girl on the show named Anne, and she made a pact with the devil, and she became a witch, and she was assigned her familiar. Her familiar showed up, and all the witches had their fucking familiars. Like, Tituba had a spider, and Mary had a toad, and when Anne's familiar showed up, it was a little brown mouse, and his name was Brown Jenkins. Brown Jenkins was absolutely a supernatural spiritual entity. He wasn't a real live mouse. Though you could pick him up and you could pet him and like do whatever, he seemed like he was physical, but he really wasn't. And I can't tell you how many times during the series Anne sacrificed Brown Jenkins because she needed blood for something. And she sacrificed him for the sting, and he would show up again. Like, you know, in 2 episodes from now, he would come back, and he would be perfectly, you know, fucking fine. That is a witch's familiar. That is a familiar. Like, it is a very good representation of a witch's familiar. What everybody thinks nowadays with your pets, I don't know where that came from. I don't know where that came from at all. I just think that people don't really understand what familiars are, and everybody thinks their pet is super duper special. You know, and they are, but they're not a familiar, you know. My opinion. Everybody can hate me now. You go and check it out. Yeah, it's a pretty good damn show. I've binged it like 3 times now. Like, is it 100%, you know, like blah, blah, blah? No, there's some Harry Potter shit in there, but it's like, it's a good show, you know. And there are some accurate fucking things in there. He always knows when something is there, even when, yes, I used the wrong phrase. Well, okay, a lot of animals are sensitive to spirit plane. Like, almost damn near all of them, you know, are way more sensitive to spirit plane than we are. I mean, you gotta figure, like a dog, you know, a dog can smell a million things that we can't smell. Cats and dogs, they can hear frequencies that we can't hear. A human eye can only perceive 1% of what actually exists in the universe. 1 fucking percent. As 99% of what exists, we can't see it with our eyeballs, because that's just the way our eyeballs are set up and we can only perceive certain light frequencies. Animals are the same way. They got their own frequencies that they can perceive. So many of them are very, attuned and can, what's the word? In tune. I'm just going to use that word. Very in tune with spirit realm and things that we are not aware of or cannot perceive with our physical body. So that doesn't make them unfamiliar, though, because like almost all animals have those senses. So, I mean, some of them are pretty. Like I've seen some dumb dogs, and there's like, those are in there too. But the majority of animals are much more attuned to spirit realm than we can actually perceive. So that familiar, that does not make them. That's just senses that they have that we don't possess. You watch that? It was a good damn series, I'm telling you. I know I used the wrong say phrase. I call him that because he's always with me. No, you're very correct. And what a real familiar. I mean, everybody hates me when I say that shit because apparently everybody takes it personally. Like, I don't know, especially like on the fake book. If they get these witchcraft groups or something pops up and they'd be like, "This is my familiar Fluffy," and I'm just like, "No, it's not." And then everybody jumps down my throat and hates me. If I think my cats are familiar, then he's my familiar. You can't say he's not. And I'm like, I mean, if you want to, if you want to think that or want to believe that, that's your prerogative. But it's just not, A lot of things with spirit, wow, there's a lot of gray area. There's a lot of black and white as well. And when it comes to, something, either something is or isn't. That's all there is to it. Either it is or it isn't. And Fluffy ain't it. Like, I'm sorry. And everybody gets so mad at me when I fucking burst their bubble. I'm not saying your pet's not special. He could be super special. He could jump through hula hoops on fire. Like he could dance. There's tons of special animals out there, and your animal could be super duper special. But a familiar, that does not make them. These cats. Ah! He just ran right through my ring light. Like, what did I just talk about? Animals jumping through hoops? He literally came here and ran right through my hoop. See? But that does not make him a familiar. My chat is missing half my words. Are you using like voice to text or something? Because that happens a lot. I'm going to do dishes and listen to you. I love this line. Well, thank you. I'm glad you love it. I wish we had some more questions. Rather than me just rambling on about nonsense. Like, I'm here to actually help people. Because that's part of my task, my charge in this lifetime. I'm supposed to fucking help people. So that's why I do this. I give my time, my precious time, to help people. I asked a question. Did I miss it? Okay, why do you think babies, young humans, seem to connect with spirits more than adults? Because, again, personal opinion. The old adage that kids are innocent? Like, that's always a big thing. The innocent children. And, that's a big part of it. Kids are completely innocent. So they're very open. And they have... Marley! Hey! Lay down. They haven't been trained or indoctrinated. Well, this is one portion of it. They haven't been trained or indoctrinated by adults to, this isn't real. That's make-believe. So they're very open to all these possibilities because they're young enough that where they haven't, it hasn't been drilled into their brain that these are not possibilities. These things aren't real. These things don't exist. That's make-believe, you know. That's one big part of it. The other big part of it is I'm kind of a big proponent in reincarnation. I think it's a thing in my personal experience and what I have learned. I think reincarnation is a thing. So if you think about it on that terms, children have very recently come from spirit plane, right? And who knows how much time they spent over there before they came to incarnate. But that's another big part of it too. So like the further older you get, the further your spirit gets away, you know, from that before it's time to fucking be recycled and return again. Children are much more connected, still connected to that aspect, to spiritual plane or dimension or whatever you want to call it, because they came from there, right? So they still are hanging on. There's still some threads, right? There's still some cords that are still connected, and they're not been cut because they haven't been indoctrinated by adults yet to cut all them cords. They haven't been through the educational system. They haven't had their mom and dad drilling their beliefs and, you know, what's possible and what's reality into their head. So they're much more open to everything and more connected and in tune with spirit plane. That's my personal opinion on why children are so open, which is a good and bad thing because it also makes children very susceptible to spirit, which is another, like, what, like, if you look at a lot of the possession movies, right, where demons possess people, and a lot of those are children being possessed because kids still have those cords and connected, so they're very susceptible to, you know, attachments and spiritual attacks and all this kinds of stuff. So, you know, I think children need a lot more spiritual protection than a lot of adults do because they're so open and they're just wide open, you know, and they're so susceptible and still have some links and some cords attached. So, wow, what the fuck is that? Yo, mug root beer sucks balls. We drink Barks over here. Like, it's Barks or fucking nuts. Fuck your mug. Fuck your mug. We're Barks. Only root beer I fucking drink. I'm telling you, who the fuck drinks a mug root beer? Y'all don't know what good root beer is. You ain't drinking fucking Barks. I'm telling you. There's another one that's really fucking good, but it's hard to get. Virgil's, I believe it's called. Virgil's makes a really badass root beer. I love root beer. That's all I drank is tea and root beer and water. I think I missed your question again. No, Barks. Fuck mug. I'm telling y'all. He come in here promoting fucking mug, and I'm sitting here drinking a goddamn Barks. Get the fuck out. Alright, let me see. I missed your question. Yeah, I asked one. Okay. Oh, where is your question? I don't see it. I see where you said you asked one. I'm the whole way back to the Wicca chat part. I don't see your question. Like, I see where you say you asked a question, but I don't see the question. Here's how I figured out having been a haunted by house until The entity started showing. My chat is missing half my words. Okay. I don't see your question. Can you type your question again? Because like I scrolled way up and I don't see it. I love root beer too. Like that's literally all I drink. But I ain't drinking no shitty root beer like mug. We're drinking barks. Birch beer is my shit too, because I'm from Pennsylvania. I'm from the fucking Appalachians. We drink a lot of birch beer. Let's try again. Ask again, dog. Yes, please do your question again because I scrolled way up and I do not see it. I almost blocked you, Mr. Mug, as a troll, but that's actually kind of funny. You come in here with that shit, and I'm actually sitting here drinking a Barks, and you didn't know that. Because I got my Barks down here off camera. I love the birch beer, too. Oh, man, I need to make a good birch beer. I haven't been able to get birch beer. When I first moved to Mississippi, 2019, the Kroger that I go to around the corner, they had some kind of birch beer. Sioux City, I think that's what it was, Sioux City birch beer, which ain't no, they ain't no good Pennsylvania birch beer, but it's birch beer and it wasn't bad. So, I bought the shit out of that. Man, every month I would buy like 2 cases. And all of a sudden, like this last year, they quit having it. Like there isn't even a spot on the shelf for it anymore. Like they're not even going to carry it. I'm like, I think I was probably the only person in this whole town that was buying that birch beer. You never heard of birch beer? What the fuck? How you not heard of fucking birch? Man, that was one of my first memories as a kid of my grandfather teaching me about nature and different trees and herbs and plants and stuff. And he took me out in the woods, which we did often. We go on hikes in the mountain and stuff. And we was hiking along, and he just reached up and grabbed the stick off this tree, and he handed it to me. He was like, "Here, chew on that." And I was like, "You want me to chew on a stick, Grandpa?" He was like, "Yeah, chew on it for a while." So I was like, "Okay." So I put this stick in my mouth, and I started chewing on it, and it was fucking birch. It was from a birch tree. He's like, "That's how we make the birch beer, and that's a birch tree, and this is what it looks like, and this is what the bark looks like, and that's what it tastes like." But, I mean, we got tons of birch trees, especially in Pennsylvania and the Appalachians. So, yeah, like that, it's pretty much the only place birch beer is made and it comes from. But if you look, you can find it, pretty much all across the country. Now, if it's good birch beer or not is a different thing. But, yeah, man, you never had birch beer, you don't know what you're missing. Love me some birch beer. Did it show up or is it not showing because I cussed or something? I didn't see it. I scrolled the whole way up and I didn't see it. Okay, question. Any way to know if you're cursed? I can't believe I'm actually so self-destructive. There is a way, and that way would be to get a reading. I would tell you definitively whether or not you're cursed. That being said, curses are a lot more rare than people think they are. I can't tell you how many clients have come to me over the years saying that they were cursed, truly believing that they had a curse. They knew that, somebody cursed their mom or their grandmom and it's come generations, or they cursed them, or they cursed them when they was a baby, or, they're just cursed and, very rare. Does it happen? Is it possible? Absolutely. I have come across a few clients that actually were cursed. But it's not as common. Get my cat out of the way. Come on, you're going to knock my shit down, buddy. It's not as common. It's not as common as people make it out to be. Really. You're just going to come here and be a love bug. What does that smell? You smell like an air freshener. Were you rubbing against the air freshener in the closet? Because you smell like a fucking air freshener really bad. Like, it's pungent. You had to be like rolling on that thing or something, buddy. But yes, it is possible to be cursed. So, and also that being said, that a lot of times we are our own worst enemy. There are some people that are just very self-destructive. A lot of times we are our own worst enemy. We do more damage to ourselves than anybody else could do. And it's actually good that, you know, you are aware of that trait. So a reading would tell you definitely for sure not if you have a curse. That being said, there, you know, it can also be, there's attachments that can, you know, make us act certain ways and do certain things and, you know, stuff like that. It doesn't necessarily have to be a curse. So curses are kind of a big deal, and like I said, I haven't really run across a whole hell of a lot of them. I was convinced my entire life until I was about 32, 33 that I was cursed. Like my whole fucking life, I was fucking convinced I was fucking cursed. Ain't nobody gonna fucking. My husband didn't believe me. He got proven wrong. Like he was like, "Damn, I believe you fucking cursed now." Like, but I really wasn't. I really wasn't. I had some like caca on me. I had to get off and attachments and all kinds of stuff. But it wasn't a curse. It wasn't a curse. But you couldn't convince me of that. What about generational curses? My great-grandmother was a practitioner of Conjure. So again, generational curses are a thing, but they are a rare thing. I have not run across, in my entire, I have been practicing 33 years. 33 years. I think I've run across an actual generational curse, I know twice, maybe 3 times in 33 years. And I deal with a lot of clients and a lot of people. I do a lot of readings. Maybe 3 times in 33 years. Again, it's a thing and it can happen, but it is rare. It is rare. So if you feel you're cursed but aren't, what could be the reason for negativity in one's life? How do you rid attachment? Spiritual baths is one good way to start removing that caca from you. Lots of cleansing of yourself and your home will start loosening the grip of an attachment. Now it depends, as I was saying earlier, on whether something was invited or it just kind of, followed you home like a lost puppy, like a straggler, just kind of latched onto you. That makes a difference. It also makes a difference how long it's been there. A reading is really kind of detrimental to removing attachments or even knowing, if you have an attachment or what the cause of misfortune is. You can even get misfortune from, something as simple as an evil eye. It doesn't have to be a curse. It doesn't have to be somebody, this is why Kitty. I'm always a big proponent of Tapaboca. Shut your fucking mouth. You don't need, that's why I hate social media. You don't need to tell everybody your business. You don't need to tell everybody when something good happens to you or, something, I got a promotion at work. Oh, I'm buying a new car, buying a new house. Oh, I'm having a kid. But, to me, there's no point in bragging about our blessings. While you can be happy, and it's between you, your family, your spirits, your gods or deities or whatever the hell you're working with. It's between y'all. Like, everybody don't need to know that shit. Because when you start putting your business out there, you get jealous and envious people, and that shit can do a lot of damage. And it doesn't have to be on purpose. It doesn't have to be a curse. It doesn't have to be someone doing spell work against you. Just an evil eye, just somebody envious and jealous of you can fuck your shit up. I'm a big proponent of, shut your fucking mouth. No lengua. Stop your wagging tongue. You don't have to put your whole business and life out online. And there's really no point in doing that except to serve ego. Like, that's really the only purpose of, blasting your blessings for the world to see is, to serve your fucking ego. And that usually fucks your blessings up. Keep your mouth shut. Don't tell everybody your plans. Don't tell everybody all the good things that are happening to you, or, this or that, because people are going to be mad and jealous. And you might sit there and go, well, I don't have nothing to be jealous of. Yeah, I got a car last year, but it's a used car, and it's, 2003, and, but somebody who doesn't have a car is going to be jealous of that. Like, there's always going to be someone who has less blessings than you that is going to be jealous of that shit. Keep your fucking mouth shut. That's another way people fuck themselves up. You fuck your own shit up. People are their own worst enemy. Don't be telling everybody your business. This cat. Okay, so getting rid of attachments really, like, spiritual baths, good strong spiritual baths, and cleaning your home and all this stuff can remove some attachments. If it's just some straggler you picked up, walking down the street, going to the store, because I do that a lot. I'm like a lighthouse to spirit. They're like, ooh, little moths to flames, and they almost follow me home. Some people are like that. So if it's something like that, a good spiritual bath, cleansing your house, will remove stuff like that. If it's an attachment that was invited, sent, or has been there for a long time, those are a little bit more harder to remove. Like, you may need something like a rompimiento, which is like a whole ceremony to break attachments and things. Like, it depends on the level of attachment, but generally, if you believe you have an attachment, starting with spiritual baths and cleansing your home is like rule of thumb. Like, start doing that stuff and see if it starts improving. Like, your shit starts getting better. And it wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't hurt to do spiritual baths and cleanse your home. Hi, Wicked 011. I thought it said Wicked Door for a minute. My eyes are bad. Okay. So yes, back to dog patch chant. I'm probably saying that wrong. Generational curses. Your grandmother was a conjure woman. So again, curses in general are a thing, but they're a very rare thing. And generational curses are even rarer than like curses. Like, a generational curse is like the rare of the rare. Is it a thing? Is it possible? Has it been done? Yes, but it's extremely fucking rare. What is more likely is maybe some spirits that your granny conjured up or your granny worked with might have found you attractive, because some people have the gift, and if you're in the line and you got the gift, then spirit gonna know you got the gift. So they might have been, like, attracted to you even from the time of you being young, if they foresee that you have the gift. That's a completely different thing than a generational curse. You could have spirits from your grandmother, if she was a conjure woman, that decided to tag along with you. Okay, the only way to get rid of attachments is letting go. No, that's not correct. That is not correct at all. I don't know who told you that, but that is 100% not correct. I may have invited things when I was a teenager to show and prove my disbelief. Yeah, and we probably, a lot of us have been there. I did that shit too. And, we all do dumb shit when we're first starting out, started learning, when we're teenagers. We do dumb shit. I conjured up a fucking demon one time. And that fucking thing followed me around for like 20 years. We all do dumb shit. Yeah, if things are invited, that's a little bit trickier to get rid of because you fucking invited them. But there's ways to do it. So what if it was sent intentionally? Again, the spiritual baths cleansing your home will do no harm. That shit will help in any circumstance and case. If you do the baths and you clean your house and you're not seeing improvement in your life or your health or whatever the attachment is affecting, that's when you need to go get a reading. You need to go get a reading from a good experienced practitioner who will know how to diagnose what the attachment is and how to remove it. That's what a reading is. A reading is your diagnosis, like from a doctor. You don't just go to the doctor and say, hey, I think I have this wrong with me. And they're like, okay, here's how you fix that. No, they run tests. They do a diagnosis. And that's what a reading is in witchcraft, spell work, or, whatever you want to call it. A reading is your diagnosis. So during the reading, you can diagnose what the attachment is, how long it's been there, and what it's going to take to get rid of that thing. That's if the baths and the cleansing doesn't help that. That can remove a lot of shit. Like just doing spiritual maintenance, just doing good spiritual baths, good, spiritual house cleansing can remove a lot of shit. Like you do the small steps first. I'm a big proponent of doing small things. Don't just automatically go for the biggest boom bang spell work that you can fucking think of. Do small things. Do easy, simple, small things. And if you're not seeing improvement, increase the level of the way you're doing things. So like start off with spiritual baths, start off with cleansing the house. If you're not seeing improvement, then go get a reading and start ramping up the work. My friend's grandpa cheated with the neighbor and she cursed him and 2 generations. Well, damn. Like what kind of curse? Did people just drop? Or was there like something that running through the line or what? Generational trauma. See, yes, that shit can be passed on too. That's another thing that kind of grinds my gears with this generation. Everybody wants to be an empath. I'm an empath this, I'm an empath that. Like every fucking buddy on the planet is a fucking empath. I'm like, you're not an empath. You have ingrained trauma responses. Like that does not make you an empath. Again, I have a lot of people that hate me because I'm sorry. I just, people don't want to hear the truth like ever. Being an actual true empath is actually, again, something that's pretty rare. It's not something like 1 in 5 people have. It's a pretty rare ability. It's a pretty rare, I dare say gift, because it's not a fucking gift. It's fucking hell if you actually have it. Yeah, the empath shit, no, honey, you have, like PTSD trauma responses from your childhood. Like you're not a fucking empath. All these people. The whole family has had very unsuccessful relationships and seems to be symptoms of wasting, like fatigue and illness. That actually sounds like that could possibly be a generational curse. I mean, there's things that run through family lineages too that have nothing to do with witchcraft. Like my family, alcoholism, like it was thick in my lineage. Like goddamn, everybody fucking goddamn alcoholic, like everybody. And I was determined as a child watching my family be alcoholics, that wasn't gonna be me. Like, I was breaking that shit. You know, that cycle was stopping with me. I do not drink. I do not drink. My grandfather broke the cycle as well. He drank a lot when I was a kid, and then when him and grandma like physically took custody of me and raised me, he quit drinking, and he didn't drink. Last time I seen him drink was a few days after my grandmother died. Like, he was very depressed, and he did have some beers. But that was the last and only time I seen him drink since I was a little kid. So, like, kudos to my grandpa for breaking that shit, because I broke it too. Yeah, a lot of shit runs through lineages. A lot of shit runs through family lines. Even the illness, cancer's big in my family. Like, damn near everyone I know that I met during my life that has died in my family has died of cancer. And they've all been different kinds of cancer. It's not just one kind of cancer. There's stomach cancer, jaw cancer, lung cancer, colon cancer, like liver cancer. Like, it's like every single kind of fucking cancer you could think of. But everybody dies of fucking cancer. Just a bunch of unexplainable illnesses they couldn't figure out where it was wrong. Figure out what was wrong with them. That sounds like it could possibly be a generational curse, the way you're describing it. But to be absolutely certain, you would have to get a reading. Unfortunately, I am fully booked up through like fall. So if you need a reading and you don't know who you can go to that's, you know, reputable or any good, you can DM me on my Facebook page or email me through my website, and I can give you a referral to a friend of mine who is very good. He is amazeballs. He blows my mind every time I have a reading with him. He's who I go to when I need a reading. So sometimes we need an outside view on situations and things. And when I need a reading, I go to this guy. He fucking blows my mind. So if you need a referral, DM me or email me through the website, and I will give you his information. But I'm not going to give it out on a TikTok live. Yeah, I'm not going to give out a name. You got to DM me. I'm not going to give out names or informations on a live. You have to DM me for the information. But he is very, 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 very good. I've had 3 readings with him now over the last like 3 or 4 years, and man, I'm here to tell you, he, like, every damn time he blows my, I'm like, what the fuck, dude, for real? Like, the first reading I had with him, he pulled the name. He pulled the name of one of my prendas out of the fucking air, and I was like, no, like, there is no way in fucking hell he pulled that name out of, like, I was sold from that reading. The last reading I had with him was a couple months ago, and he starts talking to me about this spirit, this woman with half a jaw, and I'm like, no fucking way. Like, he's good. He's really, really good. Like, I know for a fact that I work with a morto that has half a fucking jaw. Like, he pulls that shit out, and I'm like, damn, dude. I'm like, you are the fucking bomb. Like, amazing. Yeah, just DM me, and I'll get you his info. He's fucking incredible. He'd be the only person that I would refer anybody to. Like, period. Because I'm booked up, and he fucking blows my mind every time I had a reading with him. Okay, let me see. Make sure I didn't miss any questions. Haint as in ain't. Southern Appalachian term for ghost. Yeah, haint is a ghost in the South. Absolutely. Hello from South Carolina. Rocco Guffey. Yeah, down here in the South, we even got we got all kinds of things for paint. Like we got paint blue. Y'all ain't from the South, y'all don't know what that fucking shit is. But it's a paint. Actually, it comes from like the Gullah Geechee is where that tradition come from, and I don't know what that fucking shit is. But it's a paint. Actually, it comes from like the Gullah Geechee is where that tradition come from, and if you paint your ceilings in this paint blue color, it's really a sky, like a sky blue. It's supposed to look like the sky. If you paint your ceilings that color, then it's supposed to confuse the ghosts and paints and stuff from them coming in your house and getting all fucked up. I also found out there was a more practical thing for the paint. People painted their porches that color, and it kept the bugs off the porch because they thought it was the sky under the porch. So it kept the bugs as skaters and all that shit, the bees and all that shit we got in the fucking South. It keeps them from coming on your porch and shit because I think the blue is the sky. More practical use for the paint. But yeah, I love paint blue. I use that shit all day. We got the bottle trees, man. Y'all don't know about them bottle trees. So a lot of people know about the bottle trees. Yeah, I didn't know about the bug thing either. I learned that like a year or two ago. I was like, damn, that makes fucking sense. That's why the porch is always blue. Them bottle trees. I mean, some people know about them bottle trees, but you don't really know about them bottle trees. You don't really know about them bottle trees, because them bottle trees, Lord have mercy, can be a whole ass spirit in themselves. Like, y'all don't know. To catch loose spirit. Yes, that's their use. You do the bottle trees and the spirit get trapped in the bottle, and when the sun comes up, poof, like it kills the spirits, and but y'all don't really know about them bottle trees. If you make them bottle trees right, you can make a whole ass spirit out of that tree. Like a legit elemental fucking spirit. Y'all know about them bottle trees. Greetings, Spirit Bayou. That is a cool name. I like that name. I like the bayou. Everybody keeps telling me we got swamps around here. I ain't seen no swamp. I did see an alligator. I seen my first goddamn alligator since I moved down here. I was driving home we went down the city, which is the next big town, about 30 miles away. We went down there last week and was driving home, and it was damn near getting dark. Like, it wasn't dark, but it was like dusk. Like, it wasn't broad daylight. Goddamn alligator in the middle of the fucking highway. I was like, no fuck. We drove past it so fast, too. Me and my husband both looked at each other, and he was like, did you see that? I was like, yeah, I saw it. What was it? I was like, I know what I think it was. He's like, what do you think it was? I was like, I think it was an alligator. He's like, yeah! We ain't seen like an alligator since we moved down here. We keep hearing about them, but ain't fucking seen one. It's your podcast? Cool. Where I live, Mississippi. Down here in Mississippi, in Low Country. I just moved here 3 years ago, 2019. Yep. I was supposed to have swamps and bayous and gators and all that shit around here, but I ain't seen none of that shit. I think I've seen a few swamps. Southeast Texas, oh, you ain't far. Shit. No, I'm on the other side of Mississippi. I'm across the state. I'm closer. I'm like 40 minutes from the Alabama line. I'm on the other side of the state. But Texas ain't that damn far. Mississippi ain't that big if you go across that way. If you go on the width of it, it's not that big. You got a long way. It's kind of big. But you in Texas ain't nothing else big. Texas as big as they come besides California. Yeah, you could drive east to west through Mississippi in about 4 hours maybe to across the whole state. Now if you go a long ways, it's about like 8 hours. Yeah, I'm about 40 minutes from the Alabama line. I'm about an hour and a half or so from New Orleans. Like I'm down here in like the corner. I-10 all the way. Yeah, I'm only about an hour from the Gulf. We was gonna live on the Gulf, but then like I didn't want to deal with hurricanes. I was like, we can go inland a little bit and go to the beach when we want to, but we ain't gotta deal with the hurricanes that much. I mean, still deal with them, but not like when you right on it, deal with it. Like we still get a little bit of it up here. We got some of that Ida shit. That was my first hurricane. I went through that shit. I was like, I'm officially a fucking southerner now. I went through my first major hurricane. I got my southern card now. Yeah, we had that Ida shit last year. I still got a whole bunch of water from Ida. Y'all want some of that shit? It's on my website. I can get that Ida water while supplies last. Telling you, that hurricane water, good shit. See, and that's why I was talking to somebody else earlier about, the old ways, the primitive ways, which is why I call myself Primitive Roots. We ain't fucking with these crystals. We ain't fucking with these chakras. We ain't fucking with all this shit that everybody's fucking with. We fucking with dirt. We fucking with bones. We fucking with waters. We fucking with sticks. We fucking with rocks, not crystals, fucking rocks. That's the shit we fucking with. I ain't fucking with all that shit. That Hurricane Ida water, that's some good shit. Y'all need to tell ya. You can do some shit with that water. Stump water, Staub's ditch water. Telling you. That's the shit we fucking with. You know that, right? Yes, ma'am. You make war water with hurricane water. For personal use, yes. Is that the war water that I sell on my website? No. I make a lot of products that I don't offer publicly on the website because people can fuck themselves up with that shit and I don't want to be responsible. So if I talk to somebody for a little bit and they need a little something that I got, so I'll be like, I don't sell this to people, but I'll sell you some of this secret batch over here. Like I got a hot foot, I call it killer hot foot. Now I sell hot foot on my website, but it ain't the killer hot foot. It ain't. That shit is a lie of fuckability. Like I am not offering that publicly, but I have sent some to one or two acquaintances that really, I have had clients fuck themselves up with the regular hot foot. Like I'm not selling that other shit to, any Joe Schmo out there. Like I need to know you know what the fuck you're doing before I sell you that shit. I send a kiss to Brazil. Well, welcome Brazil. Cool. I enjoy learning about Conjure, but I'd hex myself. Y'all ain't know what you're doing. Y'all ain't know what you're doing. I had a lady bought my hot foot to get rid of a neighbor that was like causing a problem. I'm like, no problem, this shit gonna get rid of your fucking neighbor. Well, it did get rid of the neighbor, but she spilled a whole bunch of it on herself and on her door, and she wound up getting fucking evicted like 2 weeks after the neighbor moved. I'm like, girl, like, hey, people just fuck themselves up all damn time, I'm telling you. And my regular hot foot's good enough. Like, I have never, not once, had a single client come to me and tell me my hot foot didn't work. Not one person has, and I've sold a lot of it, not one person has ever told me that shit didn't work. It has worked in impossible fucking situations. It worked. Okay, this lady was a friend of mine, right? We've been friends a long time. She had a neighbor, she just bought this house. It was like out in the middle of nowhere, but she had one fucking neighbor that was like an acre away. And apparently they would go out there on their acreage and they'd be shooting and shit. Well, they were shooting like into her fucking doors and her windows, like her glass patio doors and her windows. Like they were shooting into her fucking house and shit. And she did all this shit, like trying to get them to stop, like doing all this shit. And then they became enemies and they were doing all this malicious shit. And, you know, I was like, girl, I was saying to my hot foot. And she's like, these motherfuckers ain't moving. She's like, they own that house. They've owned that house for like 5 generations. And, you know, it's a family estate. And they ain't going to go nowhere. And I'm like, I'm going to send you some of my hot foot. She got that hot foot. And within a month, I think less than a month, that house was up for sale. And they was fucking gone. I'm telling y'all, my shit ain't never not worked. Not once. I ain't had one person tell me it didn't work. So that's the regular shit. That's not even that's not the really strong shit that I don't sell to people. Oh, Lord have mercy. Does anybody have any more questions? You love my energy. Well, thank you. Either you love me or you hate me. Like there's no in between with me. And you might love me, and 20 minutes from now I'm gonna say something, or you're like, oh, I don't like her anymore. A lot of people can't handle that truth. Either you love me or you fucking hate me. Lord. Hot foot works with cord crossing. Here come my cat again. Hey. What? Why do you keep doing that? You just... Hey. I don't know what a cord crossing is. I've never heard. I know what cord cutting is, but I don't know what a cord crossing is. I've not heard of that one. That's a new one on me. Hey, quit booping my shit. You see the camera moving around? The cat's booping the holder thing. Me and my trio of friends always have spiritual stuff happen to us in threes. 3? Me too. 3 is a big number for a lot of people. 3 is very special. My shit always happens in 3s too. And I always do everything in 3s. Like even, for example, in powwow, when we do powwowings or we do prayers or whatever, we always do them 3 times because Trinity. And it's like, you know, we always do everything. We say everything 3 times. If it's a knock, we knock 3 times. Cat! Quit pooping my shit! 3 is a big number for me too. I think it changed my text. Oh, you meant to say cutting, not crossing? What is that just got in my mouth? I know there ain't no damn bugs right now. It's fucking freezing outside. It's insane. I'll get progressively worse until it's the 3rd. Then it's done. Yep. Same thing. Death always comes in 3s. Everything for me is 3s. Every goddamn thing. That's a big thing. For my ancestors, my people, me personally, like 3 is a big deal. It's always Trinity. That's why 3 is always 3 is special. It's a special number. Multiples of 3 is special too. The sixes and the 9s. Special too. But 3, yep, that's a big one. My shit is always 3. Always fucking 3. If it's good shit, it's gonna happen in 3. If it's bad shit, it's gonna happen in 3. No matter what I do in work, it's 3. Oh, I even ask my people. I'll be like, how much shit I got put in here? And they'll be like, 3. Everything I do is in 3s. Damn near. Unless it's something else that's extremely specific. Is the only time it's not 3. You was born at 3:33. And your shit probably 3s too. This kitten, y'all. I don't know how many of y'all are just joining me, but I just got 2 kittens yesterday. Hey! And they are crazy. I had kittens in like 6 years. Like I got a full-grown cat. I ain't had no kittens in a long time. These kittens are nuts. Fucking nuts. I got one is just sprawled out right behind the camera, and the other one's fighting him. Perry, stop it! You gonna knock the shit off? Y'all ain't even supposed to be on the table anyway. We eat on there. Cats, man. You gonna knock all the shit off? Does anybody have any more questions? Hey! You don't hear these cats? Around. Oh, now you're gonna wake the dog up. Why don't you get down. Get. Or don't. I got a stick. Hey, he ain't gonna hit me with that stick. Quick fucking front. See that? I'm gonna beat your butt. I don't care. There's a string on the stick, and he's interested in that. Wait. Come on, get the string. He's like, I don't give a fuck about that stick. Get the string. Harry. Hey guys. These cats are crazy. Oh my Lord. I think people need a better understanding of the balance in conjure work. What are you? Absolutely. I was already talking about that. Girl, you missed like an hour ago. I've been on here for a minute. I was talking about that earlier about the universal law of balance. Absolutely. Justice and balance is universal law. Ain't nobody getting around that shit. Your birthday is 11/11. Yeah. Y'all, I don't know, man. Y'all be putting all this shit out on the internet. Y'all be telling everybody my birthday is. I'm just saying. I'm bringing by my birthday. If you want to know my birthday, you're going to fucking work for it. You're going to have to go do some digging. You got to pay for some fucking records or something. I ain't putting that shit out. Ew, TikTok be hating. Wait, TikTok be crazy with hexing. Yeah, I was talking about that too. See, like, you too late, man. We already been talking about all this shit. I was talking about they all hexing that fucking dude, that preacher dude, Locke, whatever his name is. And they ain't fucking hexing shit with their goddamn lavender and their fake fucking black salt. You ain't fucking doing shit. You ain't doing a damn thing. And all that's gonna happen is you just fucking, like, put that energy right on your fucking self, dumbass. Seen that? Well, I hope you've seen it. It's not. Hey, he's gonna pull all my shit down. It's been all over TikTok. That's all I've seen for like 4 fucking days. Will you quit it? Quit it. Quit it. You got something to say? Got something to say? Get out of here. No. Go. Oh my god, these kittens are crazy, y'all. I think I gotta put some wood on my fire. Give me a second. Y'all think of some questions. I'm stoking my fire. keep an eye on it. Oh, shit. Lost a lot of people. Nobody wants to watch me build a fire, apparently. I gotta keep warm. Sorry. Yes, you've seen that. Your store is awesome. Do you make your own Florida water? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Everything in there is made by me, except like the camper. I don't make the camper squares. I don't make the charcoal discs. You know, the Insta-Light, that kind of shit. I don't make that shit, but yeah, everything on there I make. Even the herbs, majority I harvest myself. I grow and harvest myself, or I go out and harvest myself. Majority. Some of them I buy, because I can't get them where the fuck I'm at, or I can't grow them where the fuck I'm at, but yeah. Almost all grown, harvested by me, made by me. Yeah, I look at the reviews on my Florida water. Like, people love it. It is good shit. It's good shit. You should try that, the Kananga water. My spirits gave me that recipe. Because we all hated, yeah, the commercial Kananga water. Like, I just never liked it. You know, didn't like the smell. And my people didn't really, you know, they were kind of meh on it. I was like, you know what? I'm going to make my own that my people like and that I like. They give me a recipe. I made it, and that shit is a bomb. It's really good. Have trouble growing for this climate. Yeah. You know, I thought, my dog is snoring like crazy again. I thought when I moved to the south, I was like, damn, it'd be good growing down here. You know, like it barely gets below freezing at all, like maybe a month out of the year, and like hot, humid. You know, I'm like, damn, it's gonna be good growing down here. Man, I don't have much luck with anything. Like, some things grow really fucking good. And then shit that I've always grown, like, ain't doing fucking shit down here. And I don't understand it. Like, example, catnip. I used to grow catnip all the time when I lived up north. I come down here, I planted it 2 years in a row, and it grows like little bitty sprouts, and it never gets any bigger. Like, it's little bitty sprouts for fucking ever. Like, it grows to a sprout size, and that's all the bigger it gets. And I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Don't understand. Too wet? I don't know about that. It's humid. We have like a rainy season. And it's like we get in a rainy season. Like it's gonna start this week. Where it'll rain. Last year it rained for damn near, what did I say, 40 days, 40 nights. Last year it rained for like a whole month. Day and night, there was no stopping. It rained a lot. We have like a rainy season. And then, you know, after that's over, it's just like normal rain. You know, like once a week, twice a week, we'll have a little rain. Like normal states and everything. But I don't know, some shit just don't want to fucking grow down here. All I got fucking grows is goddamn kudzu. Shit. It took forever for me to get my rosemary going. I have mine in raised boxes. Yeah, I have herbs. Most of my herbs are in my courtyard, and I built a tri-level raised bed out there because it's like completely, that section is completely fenced in with like a 7-foot tall wood fence. So I built boxes that go, you know, along the fence to the corner and then down this side of the fence, and it's 3 levels, and that is where I grow the majority of my herbs that I can grow. I got some pots and stuff too that I grow stuff in. But then I got my garden, like my food garden. I got 2 of those beds out back, big raised beds I built out of cinder blocks. Everything. But yeah, most of my herbs I grow in the courtyard. Some shit grows really fucking good, and some shit is just like, I don't fucking get it. Like, it's shit I've always grown and it don't want to fucking grow. Lavender. Lavender don't want to fucking grow for me down here. Catnip don't want to grow for me down here. Basil, believe it or not. Now, the first year I moved here, my basil did really good. I had tons of basil. And the last 2 years, don't want to do shit. And I use the fuck out of basil. Can't grow no damn basil. It's crazy. It's just crazy the shit that won't grow that I've always grown. I don't understand why. Now, other shit do real good. My mint, like lemon balm, mint, thyme, rosemary, all that shit is like out of control growing. It's just, just taking over everything. But some shit just do not want to fucking grow. I ain't never in my life seen plants get stunted. Like they get stunted down here. Like I said, they'll grow to like a little sprout sticking out, and then that's it. That they will not grow past that point, and they'll stay alive all summer. This big will not grow, and I'm like, I've never seen that shit. Never experienced it. It took forever for me to get my. Where's my? Yeah, me too. For crawfish butter. Yeah. Oh, okay, let me shut this door. I think it's hot enough now. It ain't even cold weather stuff either. Like, I grow cold weather crops. In the spring, lettuce and cabbage and, that kind of shit. Cold weather crops. I grow that shit either in the early spring or the late fall. No problem. Like, it's not even the climate shit that ain't growing. It's just, like, normal ass shit that is, like, stunted. And I'm like, what the fuck? Ain't never seen that shit. What's this? I got something. Easily managed questions. Where did this come from? And the question they got isn't even a question. It's Kaylee saying my birthday is 11/11. Like, that's not even a Q&A question. Like, what the fuck, TikTok? What the fuck? Oh, Lord. I don't know where y'all at, but it's fucking 1:30. Down here, does anybody have any more questions? Has anybody gone over and signed up for the damn class Sunday? Or even the candle service tomorrow? I guess that wasn't going as good as I thought it was going. Let me open that draft up again. Come on, get going. Fucking wood's half damp. That's a problem. That's how I heat my house, y'all. I heat my house with the wood stove, so I got to keep it going. Hi, Rosie Gal. How am I? I am good. 2:34. You must be on the East Coast. Haven't seen me lately. No, I'm sporadic because I'm busy. Y'all know me. I'm busy. I got tons of clients. I got a life. I got a hobby farm. I got, all kinds of shit that I do. And rarely do I have time to get on here and help y'all. Ain't nobody asking questions. I'm out of barks again. That's 2 barks I drank since this live started. And I've been on here for a fucking minute. Let me go get a barks. I should put some tea. You know what? I ain't make some tea. I ain't quit drinking all this damn sugar. refrigerator, crazy. Don't get. Don't get. Oh, come on. Cat's back. He climbed in the refrigerator. Like, he literally climbed his ass up in the refrigerator when I opened it. And come over here and started bugging me. Good evening, Tricks. Tricks learn? Is that right? All right, trick or treat tip. Oh, look, my favorite movie. It ain't barks, but it's pretty damn good. Okay, let's see. Busy is good. Yeah, I'm always busy. Does he want her? Do I stay? What? This is readings. See, there they are. Waiting for the readings. This is not readings. This is not free readings because I don't do that. This is answering. This is education. This is answering questions related to folklore, folk magic, witchcraft, conjure, all that kind of stuff. We can even talk about some cryptids or some shit, like superstitions, all that shit, but this is not reading. Fuck, we could talk about horror movies if you want to. Hope that fire be gone. How am I doing? I'm doing good. What animals do you have? I heard you say hobby farm. Right now, I just have a whole mess of chickens. Like, I have like 29 chickens or something. I'm gonna get some more chickens. Planning on getting some goats, but the chickens have kind of taken over. I had an old plan. When I bought this house, I had a plan. We had this big old shed, like a trailer shed out there, and we turned it into like a barn. And it was like half of it was going to be chickens, and half of it was going to build a fence and pen it in. I was going to be the goat half, and it's all chickens. Like, we ain't got room to put the goat pen in there. The chickens took over. So, yeah, right now I got chickens. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cats. One of them is outdoors, and 3 dogs. I got a lot of fucking animals. How do I conjure truth? Like, you want somebody to tell the truth instead of lying? Is that what you're talking about? Conjure the truth? Like, for somebody, like, you want somebody to tell the truth, or you want to, like, conjure knowledge or something? You want somebody to tell the truth? I make an oil for that, actually. It's called, Tell No Lies oil is what it's called. It's very good. All you have to do is either get some on the person, like put some on your, like shake their hand, you got some on your hand, like get it on them. You get creative, put it in their fucking shampoo bottle, something like that. Just get it on them, and then start questioning. Or it even works with spell work, like candles and petitions and like that kind of deal too. It's good shit. And actually, the main ingredient that I use for that oil is what is used for like actual truth serum. You know, like they use in like the spy movies and all that shit. You know, truth serum. That's like the main ingredient in my oil. So, yeah, it's good shit. It's good shit. I actually have to be careful how much I ration that oil out because it can make it can make people a little if it was, you know, too much. So I have to be careful when I dosage that oil out because it can make you a little loopy. Oh, let's see if that fire don't stay going this time. How do you awaken your full potential and come into your will it show up on a drug test? No, because there's not enough. I don't put enough in a bottle that would fuck somebody up or show up on a drug test or anything like that. But it's enough of an influence to make them speak truth, whether they want to or not. How do you awaken your full potential and step into your own? Personally, in my opinion, I'm always going to say ancestors. They're your foundation. They are your absolute strength and power. And by elevating, venerating, and making your foundation and your ancestors strong, you become strong. So that is how you step into your own power and step into your full potential. Well, if they tell you the truth and you don't like what you hear, it's a 2-for-1. Fire still ain't even want to burn right. Fucking wet wood, man. We had a whole bunch of tornadoes rolled through here yesterday. A whole bunch of water and the wood's all damp. How do you connect with your ancestors? I'm so glad you asked that question because I just so happen to have done this live tonight to promote my ancestral veneration class. We've already had class 1. Class 2 is on Sunday, this Sunday, the 20th. So go on to my website and enroll in the Ancestral Veneration course, primitiverootsconjure.com. And I will teach you how to elevate your ancestors, how to set up a space, how to venerate them, how to step into your power, and all that good stuff. It's a 7-class course. It's bi-weekly classes, so 2 Sundays a month. And there are 7 classes. This kitten is pulling my shit down again. Hey! Hey! Stop it. God. You're chewing on all my cords. You're nuts! Come here. Say something. Say something. Quit being crazy. Quit it. Quit it. Quit. Quit it. Look at him squirming. He's nuts. Will you go be nuts somewhere else? Oh. Damn. You just a pope. You didn't land on your feet, did you, buddy? Shit. If you're not initiated, can you be affected, made sick by taboos you don't know about? No. No, if you don't know about something, then you're not aware of it, it cannot. No. Well, I'm not going to say that's not possible. I've actually heard it 1 or 2 times that that's happened, but it's extremely, extremely, extremely rare that something like that would happen. But the general consensus is if you're not aware of something, you're kind of not at fault, if that makes sense. And I mean, that even goes for readings. Like, don't get a reading with people if you're not planning on doing the follow-through that comes up in the reading. Like, if the reading says you need this cleansing, or you need to do this thing, or you need to do that thing, and you're not going to do the thing, or you're going to do, then don't get the reading in the first place. Because once you're aware of it, and you know what you have to do, and you don't do it, Spirit gonna fuck your shit up. It'll fuck you up. So it's better to just not get the reading. If you're not planning on doing the follow through and doing the work that comes out, just don't even get the reading. Yeah. So it's that goes along with what you're saying. Like if you're not aware of it, you're kind of, given a no fault, because you're not aware of it. But once you're aware of it, if you break your taboos, oh shit. Oh shit. There's some crazy taboos too. Am I a psychic medium? No, I do not consider myself a psychic medium. No. Can I hear spirit sometimes? Yes, I can. Do they talk to me? Do I see pictures and images? Yes, I do. But I don't consider myself a psychic medium, no. I had a reading that said I need initiation. How? Now everything makes me say, well, see, but you know now. You know you need to do this thing and you're not doing it. So that's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. What tradition? What tradition are you supposed to be initiated in? What about curses and hexes? What about them? What would you like to know? Is your name Meme or Mimi? I hope it's Mimi. Don't say meme. Oh, you're supposed to go Buddha? Yeah, ATRs are like that, man. Once you know about something and you ain't acting on it, the spirit's gonna fuck your ass up. Like, no joke. They're gonna fuck you up until you fucking do what you gotta do. I can't tell you how many times. I even had elders of mine, they were supposed to do like Ifa and like all kinds of shit, and they ain't fucking doing it, and their health is just going until they fucking get their ass over there and get it done, Like, that, That's just the way it is. A fucking fire. God damn it. Hold on, let me stoke this fucking thing again. That's another reason why I always do late lives, especially in the winter, because I gotta stay up all fucking night and keep this power going. And my husband gets up early, and I keep it going to about an hour before he ready to get up. So I know it's gonna be good and hot when he gets up, so he ain't got a problem getting it, because he ain't skilled at the fire. He sucks ass at making fire. Okay, can they be placed without you knowing? And it's Megan. The screen name is Mimi. I'm so glad it's Mimi and not meme. Can they be placed without you knowing? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Little tip I'll let you guys know. If anybody announces that they're hexing you or cursing you and they're gonna do this shit, they ain't doing shit. They ain't doing shit and they ain't got shit and they can't do shit. Because real deal doesn't announce what the fuck they gonna do. So can they do it without knowing it? Absolutely. The ones that announce that they're gonna do something to you ain't shit. Don't even worry about them motherfuckers. Just real deal don't do that. You don't tell the target what the fuck you gonna do to them. Let me see if I can shut this door now. Now, let's see if she stays burning this time. That wood is so damp, it sounds like it's farting. It's like going, fucking damp ass wood. I feel like someone put a curse on us. So yeah, you guys are coming in late. So we already went over the curses, and I've already explained that while it does happen, and it is possible, it's very rare. 9 times out of 10, no, 9.9 times out of 10, it is not a curse. And most likely, y'all are probably hurting yourselves. We are usually always our own worst enemy. We do more damage to our own asses than anybody else could do to us. And then we'd be like, I'm cursed. It's like, no, I'm a dumbass. I'm fucking up. I did something. Yeah, well, it's possible. The only true way to know if you're really, truly cursed, or if it's what it is, or if it's something else, is to get a reading. Which I, unfortunately, don't have any openings for a long-ass time. I got a lot of clients, y'all, and I have been booked solid for going on 7 months now. I haven't had any openings. I don't foresee any openings until probably fall, maybe past that. Can taboos also make you super emotional or angry? I wouldn't say that. Taboos are given... See, when we get a taboo in a tradition, it's because it's something to help us. Okay, so it's like, avoid this thing for your benefit. Right? That's what a taboo is. But I don't think a taboo could make you emotional or angry, unless you were breaking the taboo, and maybe that could make you emotional or angry. But just having a taboo, I don't think would do that, no. Constantly 1111. Let me both. What is it? I don't know either. If you find out, let me know. Dude, my Madrina didn't believe me. I thought I was firing, hardly burning again. My Madrina didn't believe me, and I kept telling her, I'm like, I'm seeing these numbers, like, non-fucking stop, and it comes and goes. Like, I will see the numbers for, like, 3 months to 6 months, like, every 20 times a day, every day, I'll see the numbers, and then it'll stop. And I won't see the numbers for, like, a year, 2 years, and then all of a sudden it'll start up again. I'll start seeing the numbers, like, non-stop. She ain't believe me. And I'm like, I'm going to screenshot, or I'm going to take a picture every fucking time I see those numbers. And I started sending them to her every time I was seeing shit. She's like, damn, you ain't lying. I was like, I'm fucking telling you. Yeah, I don't know what the number, I have no idea. I have no idea what the numbers mean. I know, I just look at it when I see the numbers personally, my thing, when I see the numbers, I'm like, somebody is trying to get my attention. There's something I need to look for, or something that I need to start paying attention to. Like, something is trying to get my attention. And then I start looking for what the fuck needs my attention, or what I'm missing, or, that is that's, when I see the numbers, that's what I do. Like, I don't know what the fuck the numbers mean. I just know it's trying to get my attention. The universe is trying to get a message to you. Well, there's a lot better ways to get messages to me than send fucking numbers. Like, they get messages through, no fucking problem. Like, they don't have a problem getting the fucking messages through most of the time. I wake up every goddamn morning with messages, and I'm like, I get them all throughout the day. I get them all the time. Like, what the fuck does the numbers mean? Like, there's way better ways to get me messages. Like, y'all know how to do it. What's up with the fucking numbers? I don't know what I am, but I know I'm extremely scared to find out because how I scare others. Also tell you're supposed to initiate in Sangoma. I don't know what that is. But need to do something or will be... So yes, your health will suffer. If you are told that you need to initiate in a tradition and you're blowing it off and you're not even putting in any effort or trying to do steps or progress to make that happen, yes, your health will start declining. Absolutely. Everything will start fucking up. Your luck will go down, everything. So what they're doing is they're leaving you no choice. Okay, so they're like, we gave you the opportunity. We told you need to do this thing. We gave you the opportunity to do the thing, and you're not doing the thing. So we're going to make it to where you don't have a choice but to do the thing. You follow me? Like, that's how the spirit works. Okay, so you scare others. What do you mean you scare others? Like things you know, or things you can do, or just walking down the street, or... I scare a lot of people too, but there's different ways to scare people. I know things and I don't know how I know it. You and me both. When I share what I know, they get put off. So you have some kind of communication, that's all it is. And like, if people are scared of it, then those ain't your people. That's all there is to it. You have some kind of, because I'm the same way. Like when I was young, I always knew shit that I didn't know how I knew shit. And, still to this day I know shit, but I kind of know how I know it now. But that, for a long time, I'm like, I don't know how I know what I know, but I know, And you have some kind of ability, or you have some kind of spirit talking to you, or you have, something along that lines going on, and that's not a scary thing, and you shouldn't be afraid of what you are because of the way other people react to you. Like, that shouldn't even be on the table as a concern at all. How do you properly initiate? Because many practitioners are particular curious. I mean, it depends on the tradition that you're trying to join, but the proper way to do it would be to find a priest or elder or a godparent of the tradition, go and get a reading from the person, and they'll tell you if you have the path for that tradition or if the spirits are going to accept you or whatnot. And if you have the path and the spirits accept you, then the godparent or the elder will take care of the initiation. But you go through that, your godparent. If you're talking about ATR initiation, you're going to need a godparent. Like, you can't do shit in the traditions without a godparent. So you need to find a godparent is the number one most important step of initiating in an ATR. And you need to be really fucking choosy about who the fuck is going to be your godparent. Like, take your time. Do not just jump in to something. Or you find a godparent, you get to know that person. Like, really get to know them. If you see any red flags, if you guys butt heads, if you don't get along, find somebody else. Like, that is the most important relationship. Next to marriage, the godparent relationship is the most important relationship you'll ever have in your life, next to marriage. So it's very important that you pick the right godparent and you take the time to get to know the person before you just jump in and initiate with them and join their house. It's like, that's proper. That's how you properly initiate. You find a godparent, you get a reading, and you go from there with the godparent. Will take you through the initiation process. You can absolutely not self-initiate. I'm just going to put that out there because I just fucking heard it. You absolutely cannot self-initiate into any tradition that is initiatory. There's no such thing It's self-initiation. I don't care who you think is coming to you in the fucking shower or coming to you in your fucking dreams and your sleep and this and that. There is no such thing as self-initiation in an initiatory tradition or religion. You cannot do it. You must have a godparent. I heard it, so I'm just saying that. And I can feel emotions, and it's almost like they are scared, know something they have hidden since a kid. So I touched on this a little bit earlier. So a lot of people claim or think that they are empaths, like feeling the emotions and baby. Feeling the emotions and, reading a room and being able to read people very well and this and that does not necessarily make you an empath. A lot of that is traumatic conditioning from, it's trauma conditioning from, traumatic childhood experiences and stuff like that. Are there true empaths? Yes, there are. But again, those are pretty dang rare. I can channel spirit, but when I do, I'm left terrified. I've seen, heard, and hide from them. Well, if you're truly channeling spirit, it shouldn't really terrify you. What the problem is you probably have these abilities that you're not really aware of, and you have not had been cultivating them or been trained how to use them properly. And so, yeah, that can be a little scary. That can be a little scary. I had no idea. I've always been curious. Mine was a first little girl when I was 11, and ever since I act like they aren't there. Right? So you can see spirit. I ignore them if I can't see them or hear them. I don't think I'm an empath, which makes me confused as to why it happens. So you can see spirit, you can hear spirit. So you're a lot like me. Like all that you're saying is like me. Like it's literally my abilities and my gifts. I know stuff I don't know I know. I can see spirit, I can hear spirit. I can do the empath thing, but I don't consider myself an empath either. But I am very good at reading a room and feeling emotion. Another thing about empaths is you can feel the pain, physical pain from other people around you. That's another empathic thing that nobody ever talks about. You can feel the physical pain. Like hospitals are not my friend. Hospitals are not my fucking friend. Like if somebody is having a heart attack, I'm gonna be having chest pains. If somebody's having, something, I'll be having a pain over here. Like you will feel pain from other people where they have pain. Like nobody ever talks about that shit. But yeah, that's totally a thing. You just need. I don't think ignoring them is the thing to do because they ain't gonna stop. You're probably a lighthouse, So you just need to get a mentor. You need to find a mentor, and so you can become comfortable with your abilities. And people, me personally, I guess I can only speak for myself, but people like me or like us or people with abilities like these, we are meant to serve the community. We are meant to serve people and help people, serve spirits and help spirits. We are meant to help people. And that's why we can do what we can do. Fuck yeah, it gets confusing. Especially if you haven't, if you're so new, you haven't even started touching on discernment. Yes, things can get very fucking confusing. Hey, I still get confused all damn time. Like, what the fuck is this shit? What does that mean? Why is this going on? You often question where things come from. This is where, and discernment is not something that can be taught. It's only learned through experience, which unfortunately is almost always our teacher in all things. Is experience, because if we don't experience it, we don't know how to deal with it. We don't know what it is. So we gotta experience a lot of shit on ourselves. We gotta go through a lot of bullshit just to have the experience. So when somebody comes along and goes, hey, this is happening and this is going on, we've been through it. We got the experience. We dealt with it. So we know how to help that person. And just for that sole fact, we got to go through so much bullshit just to experience it. Yeah, hearing the voices, that discernment only comes with experience. It can't be taught. It can't be trained. It can't be learned outside of experience. Let me put it that way. That's the only thing that gives you discernment. Is the experience. And you can still get fucking confused sometimes. I know my ancestors were druids. Is that bad? No, why would that be bad? Like, that's fucking awesome. Shit. Druids aren't bad. I'm a hairstylist and I can sometimes not do more than 3 clients because of the pain. Yep. Nobody ever talks about that shit. Right? Everybody always talks like, oh, I feel your emotion. I feel your hurt. I feel your heartbreak. I feel your sadness. I feel, but nobody talks about the fucking pain. The physical fucking pain of it. Never ever hear that shit, because these people are not true empaths. I don't even consider myself an empath. I really don't. Like, that is not something I'd label myself, even though I can do some of these things and I have some of these experiences and, stuff. I still don't consider or label myself an empath. I had the same experiences, was told I was crazy. Things come so easily, I can't know if it's me. It probably isn't. It's coming from somewhere else. Look, every single one of you on here, it's talking about you have these abilities, you have these gifts, you hear spirit, you see spirit, this and that, you know things you don't know, all that shit. Everybody comes into this life with a court of spirits, a spiritual quattro, which come with you when you are born. You are assigned these spirits. Some people call them guides, some people call them guardian angels, whatever you want to label them as. Every single person is born with a spiritual court that is assigned to you for the entirety of your life. They're not going to go anywhere. We pick up spirits along our journey in life too, which will also join the court, but some are assigned at birth. And when you're hearing spirit, when you're knowing things you don't know, when you can do things, when you see things, this is coming from your spiritual court. They are giving you, relaying messages to you. This is where it comes from. All the knowledge, all that seeing, hearing, what you're hearing, all that comes from them. It comes from them, it comes from ancestors. You can't know if it's me. I mean, it's you, but it's not you. And this is why I'm always a big proponent that a true spiritual worker absolutely cannot have an ego. These people out here with the fucking ego and all this bullshit they got, like, how can you? How can you have an ego? When I do shit, when I hear shit, when I know shit, I know it's not me. It's not me. I am simply a messenger for spirit. Those messages, those sounds, the voices, the knowing, the everything, ability that I have comes from somewhere else and it is relayed to me. And I am a messenger for that spirit's message. That's it. And the messenger cannot have an ego. Like, it's impossible. Because it's not you. It's them. It's coming from somewhere else. My personal opinion. My cat. Fuck is he doing? Y'all hear that ruckus? Hey! Hey! What the hell he's doing over there? I've just learned to trust what comes. Absolutely, and you gotta listen to it. You gotta listen to it, because you know if you don't fucking listen, you won't be asking the world to hurt if you don't fucking listen. I can't tell you how many times, like, I'm a one who gotta learn the hard way. Is that what they say? I gotta learn things the hard way. It took me, a long time of not listening and having all this fucked up shit happen where I finally got to a point where I'm gonna fucking listen no matter what. Don't care what it is. I'm gonna fucking listen to what the fuck I'm hearing. Period. I ain't gonna ignore it. I'm gonna listen to it. I'll give you an example. Last time I heard something and I didn't listen. I was going to get a tattoo. And I had this appointment, for like a month, and I'm all excited, so obviously I love tattoos. I'm like, yes, get a new tattoo, woo, like all excited, waiting for my day comes, right? I go to leave. As spirits in my ear going, don't go another day. Reschedule, don't go. And I'm just like, fuck that. I've been waiting forever to go get this, and I'm all excited. I'm like, I had my appointment for a month. I've been waiting, and I'm going. Like, fuck that. Do y'all hear this noise? So I go. I get there. I'm in there talking, and the guy's my buddy. So, like, we're just in there bullshitting, figuring out what I'm doing and everything. And we're just talking, and I'm still hearing it. I'm still hearing, go home, come back another day, reschedule, don't do this, go home. And I'm like, shut up, And I'm sitting here talking to my buddy, and all of a sudden this picture flies off his wall. It flops down in front of me. And he looked at me, because he knows what I do. And he looked at me, and he's like, that picture's been up there for like 15 years. And it's never fell down. That's really weird. And I'm just like, fuck, like they're throwing shit at me, trying to get me to leave. And I was like, fuck that. I want my tattoo, like get my fucking tattoo today. So I sit down and I get my fucking tattoo. And I come home, and within like 2 hours, my fucking arm is on fire. And it's raised and welded, and it's itching so bad. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Because I've had tattoos from this. He's my buddy. Like, he's tattooed me tons of times. And I've never had a problem. So I called him. And I'm like, what's going on? What was in the ink? Because I have allergies and shit. And he knows that. I'm like, was there something in there that shouldn't have been on? Because I'm having this reaction. And he's like, no, it's the same shit I always use on you, and you never had a reaction. And like so we're trying to figure it out. And I'm like, well, I don't know what's going on, but something happened, and I was dying. It hurt, and it itched, and it was, ugh. And all of a sudden, he goes, oh shit, you're not allergic to latex, are you? And I was like, yes. He goes, man, I ran out of nitrile gloves today, and I used latex gloves because I just ran out like on the client before you, so I used latex gloves. And he's like, that's what it is. And I was like, god damn. Like, they kept telling me to go home and come back another day because he would have had new gloves another day. And I didn't fucking listen, and I had to deal with my fucked up arm for like a month. It drove me fucking insane how much it hurt and how much it itched and how swollen and red, and just, it was awful. It was fucking awful, and I didn't listen. And I listen now. Like, that was the last time. Like, I could give you other examples, but that was the last time that I was like, fuck you, I'm doing what I want. Listen to that voice if you got it. Like, trust me. Anyway, okay. This is a funny story. My cat. He like found a fucking empty box or something. He's making so much ruckus. Okay. Let's see. No one, wait a minute. Okay, no one in my family will share what exactly that means. And when I look them up, it's not much info. Now, Druids were a very secretive group, and they were kind of wiped out. So any information on them is going to be scarce. Any real true information anyway is going to be very scarce because they didn't leave a whole lot of written records or evidence or like anything like that. They were pretty much, the way of the Christians is wiped the fuck out. Colonized, if you want to call it that. And they were very secretive. There's not a whole lot of information on Druids, and if you find something that is like a big source of Druidic information, it's probably reconstructed New Age kind of crap. So I don't know how much validity that I would put into stuff like that. Like, I would be very careful of what information I would put stock into when it comes to Druids. But I know they're not bad. Like, they weren't evil. They weren't bad. They're nature working, nature loving type people. And it was a whole religion, and they had priests and priestesses, and they had deities, and it was a whole religion and a whole shebang. But unfortunately, they were colonized and wiped out, and there's not a whole lot of written information because they didn't write a lot of that shit down. They didn't keep records. I've started. How do you know that your family's descended from Druids? I'm just curious how you came along that information. I've started working with someone, and I can now do more, but I am out for days at a time. Out? What do you mean, like passed out? Like, that shouldn't be happening. But why can't I see my brother or know things about myself? I can't figure out a damn thing about myself. I mean, I'm the same way. Like, when my grandmother passed, I'm like, why isn't my grandmother coming to me? Like, I have ancestors coming to me from like 7 generations back, but like, not my grandma, The thing about ancestors, and the ones that are most prevalent in our lives, in my personal experience, and I'm initiated in the cult of the ancestors and the dead. Like, ancestors are my forte. In my experience, our main ancestors, the ones that are with us and support us the most in this life, are never people we knew in this life. They're not somebody we knew while they were alive. They are almost always several generations back and removed because they are more elevated. Because they've been there longer. If you're following me. And if you're not doing ancestral veneration, if you're not doing ancestral elevation, then ones that you knew in this life, you will probably never hear anything from them unless when they passed they were already extremely elevated, which is pretty rare, which is probably why you're not hearing from your brother. Like, he probably wasn't that elevated when he passed. So you need to do work to elevate your ancestors, start venerating them regularly, and then try to get in touch with your brother. And if you can't hear from him, then he's just not in a place to where he can do that. Like, he might have had another job to do, if you follow me. Like, we are assigned our main ancestors when we come in, just like we're assigned our spiritual court. We are assigned those ancestors that are going to greatly benefit us and support us, and they're never ones that we knew alive. Sometimes I blurt things out, and that's when I know I wasn't thinking it. I try not to question. Yes? I do that quite often, and it makes me a lot of enemies. Have you ever gone to meet up with people like yourself? I heard there are meetups like that. I don't really think there's too many people like myself. There are meetups. I've been to one or two when I was living in Missouri. They used to do a metaphysical fair there, like twice a year. And I went to that a few times, but I never met anyone even close to what I am. Not even close. So no, I don't do the meetups. And the thing about witches, there's okay. I've seen this meme on Instagram, okay, for a while. And it was like, you all know the meme where Leonardo DiCaprio, and he's like holding a champagne glass, and he's like, "Cheers!" I don't remember what movie it's from. I think it's Gatsby or something like that. I don't know, but there's memes made with that picture, and he's like, "Cheers!" and he has a smile on his face. He's holding a champagne glass, and I've seen it, and it was like, when you meet another witch like yourself, and it had, DiCaprio with the champagne, like, yeah, and I was like, mm-mm. If I meet another real witch or someone like myself, I'm getting behind the barricades. Like, I'm putting up all my guards. I'm getting behind the barricades, and I'm ready to duck and cover. Like, real witches, we don't really like to get together. Like, we really, really don't. Like, it's always going to end up in some kind of stupid war or somebody, doing something to somebody or something. Like, we don't get together. We really don't. Like, I am recluse. I am a hermit. I am very solitary. Now, while I serve my community, I do it solitarily unless it's in a function for, the ATRs I'm initiated in. That is the only time I'm not solitary. That is when I do things with my community of fellow workers. Because I have to. Because ATRs, you do not get to be solitary. Ever. It is a community tradition and religion. You will have a community. Never done solitary. But other than that, I'm fucking solitary. Because we don't like to get together. There's always going to be some fucking problem. So no, I don't really go to get-togethers or anything. They do them here. They do one up in northern Mississippi. I don't remember what it's called, but I know. Well, they get together for like the solstices. Like what are they called? The Embolic and the Samhain and all that. They do things for that. Like they get together and they do ceremonies and they do like a potluck or like something. Like they do that here. There's like a group and I don't know. I've been invited to go like every single time and I'm like, eh. I'm just going to wind up with new enemies, like for real. like, I don't know. We don't get together. We don't. It's always going to be a problem. I would have kissed a tree going 65 at 14. I heard seatbelt now. 2 times. Almost died. I knew that. See, you gotta listen, I'm telling you. Well, see, you learned young. I gotta learn shit the hard way. I would have had that accident. I would have had that accident at that age and been like, I ain't fucking listen. Everyone start liking it more. People can get on here and learn. Yeah, I never get a lot of people on my lives. I don't know. I have 60,000 followers on TikTok, and I never get... I don't think I've ever gotten over 30-some people on my lives. Like, I don't know why. They don't like promote it or put it out, or my subscribers don't see it or something. Never get a lot on here. Bluegrass and beauty. Wow, thank God you listened, right? Come on, you guys, send some likes. She has a further reach. I appreciate all that, and I hope it helps, but I never get a lot of people on here, unfortunately. See, I started doing my lives on TikTok because I have so many followers on here. I've done lives on YouTube. I've had a YouTube since like 2015 or somewhere around there, 2015, 2016. And I do lives on there all the time, and I have tons of information on that channel. So if y'all want to learn some shit, go check out my YouTube channel. Done that for years, and I still only had like maybe 3,000 subscribers, and I would get quite a few on my lives, but so I came here because I'm like, I got 60,000 followers on this motherfucker. Like, I'm gonna get some people on my lives, and I don't. Like, they don't. My God, this cat is making a ruckus. They don't promote me or something on the TikTok for some reason when I go live. I don't know. Whoa, they tried to tell you. I'm telling you, y'all better listen to that shit. How do you send, like, sorry, learning, is it a gift? I think you just tap the screen, I think. I don't know. But I think that's how you do it. Many times saved me in car accidents. Lord, you having all kinds of car accidents? That's not cool. Are you doing regular spiritual maintenance and cleansing? I'll be having that many car accidents. Shit. Can't leave the house. I hate leaving my fucking house, man. I tell you what. Like I said, I'm very recluse. I don't leave my house unless I absolutely fucking have to. Like, COVID hit, and I was like, cool, I got an excuse to not go anywhere. Like, now I have a fucking valid excuse not to go anywhere. I don't go anywhere. Like, I go to the store for, like, some groceries if I absolutely motherfucking have to. And that's I don't go out. I don't do that thing. I cook every fucking day. I don't eat out. Like, I don't go anywhere. I can go months without leaving my house if I stocked up on groceries. Dang, I want to take your ancestors class. Well, go over there and sign up. Second class is Sunday. You only missed the first one. It's primitiverootsconjure.com. And just go to classes, and you're going to want to sign up for the second class, or you can sign up for the whole course. There's that option as well. I didn't figure most did. I have married 2 Wiccan traditionalists. Alright, that's cool. She's a Christian and refuses to share much. We have to get her tipsy to talk about. Oh, your family don't want to talk about it? Do I believe in Papa Legba? Yeah, absolutely. Oh, she'll talk about it. How old is she? You wait. You wait till she gets a little bit older. She'll be wanting to pass that shit on. You don't catch my lives. So I really don't do them very often. Like, I don't have time to do. I think this might be like my 5th or 6th time I've gone live since like last summer when I started this account. Hi, think you're great from England. Well, thank you, Michelle. Just tap the screen. Just set the notifications so I get notified. Oh, I didn't know you had to do that on here. You have to actually set a notification for lives, like on YouTube? I didn't know that. Like, you gotta hit that bell on YouTube. Like, I didn't know. Didn't know you had to do that. Same, extremely reclusive. Yeah, COVID made me hide in place. Yes. I was like, I have a full fucking excuse for never leaving, and nobody's gonna think I'm crazy. I'll just be like, COVID. I'm not going nowhere. I don't get your live notifications even though they're on. See? The fuck, man. See, YouTube did that shit to me too. Like, I had subscribers and nobody would get notifications. Like, only 1 or 2 people. I can too. I just started having groceries delivered. Love it. See, I don't think I could do that because, well, for one, I have celiac disease. I mean, I know you get to pick out, you know, but I have to go to the store and I have to read the fucking ingredients on every goddamn fucking thing I buy. Like, when I go to the store, it takes me like 3 fucking hours because I gotta fucking read every goddamn box in the fucking store that if I think I'm gonna get this shit, I gotta read it. So I don't know if I would personally trust someone to deliver my groceries, if you're following me. Like, if it's stuff like I already know, and even that, even if I already know something is gluten-free, they change shit all the time, which is why I still always have to read the fucking labels. Because, like, 1 month something will be, you know, gluten-free, and it'll be gluten-free for a year or two, and then all of a sudden, you'll go back to buy it, because you buy it all the time, and all of a sudden, it's not gluten-free anymore. They changed the fucking formula or the ingredient. So, I can't have someone do my grocery shopping for me, unfortunately. I wish the fuck I could! Oh my god, I wish I could. I do get away a little bit, like, a lot of times I send my husband to the store. I was like, I don't want to go. Like, he pretty much knows what to get me, what I can eat, what I can't eat. He knows to read the fucking labels, and, you know, it's like, I trust him going to the store. Like, I send him all the time to the store because I don't want to go. I don't want to leave the house. But see, y'all, I'm telling you, when you got shit, like this other girl is talking, and, what's his face? What is your name? Where are you at? Bluegrass and Beauty. Like, if you got abilities like he got, and Mimi, and like, when we go out in public, it's fucked up because number one, people look at you because they know. Like I said earlier, a lion doesn't have to tell you it's a lion. People know what you are. You don't have to flaunt it. You don't have to say it. You don't have to do anything. Like, literally, they know. They know what you are. It's like you can look at a lion and tell it's a fucking lion. It doesn't have to roar. It doesn't have to do anything. You know it's a motherfucking lion. People know. So automatically, just, you know, the majority of people, when you're around people, are just like they don't want to be the fuck around you. They know instinctively. It's like, you know, a prey and predator kind of thing. Like prey automatically knows there's a fucking predator. Like, that kind of deal. Like, they just know it, and they don't want to fucking be around you. So it's awkward being around people. But you also pick up shit from other people. People's spirits follow me home. I pick up random spirits that are just hanging out on the fucking street or in the store. I get shit thrown at me when I go to the fucking... I ain't even lying, y'all. My husband has witnessed it so many times. We go to the goddamn store, shit will come flying off the fucking shelf in front of me or behind me or at me. Like, I don't, I just hate leaving my house. It's such an ordeal and so much bullshit when people like us have to go out there in the fucking world. It really is. I can't count how many times like shit has been thrown off shelves at me, or I've had spirits follow me home. I can't even, y'all, I went to fucking Costco, and there wasn't even a lot of people in there, and this motherfucking spirit jumped on me, and I know it was this fucking lady I walked past in the aisle. All I did was walk past her. Like, she was going this way, I was going that way, and I knew the second I fucking walked past her, one of her spirits fucking jumped on me, and I was like, God damn it, fucking came home with me, and I had to get rid of the motherfucker. Like, it's just so... It's really just more trouble than it's worth. It's so bad going out there. I hate it. I just set the notifications so I get notified. Oh, God, I didn't even know that was a thing. Yes, COVID. Telling you. Don't get your live notifications even though they're on. Jesus Christ. I can too. I just started having groceries delivered. Love it. Same, get groceries delivered. Yup, you have to hit the bell. See, I didn't know that. I didn't know that at all. Yeah, I'm glad you did. You are so full of knowledge. Ancestor veneration is my jam. Awesome. And mine too. Like, ancestors is my fucking deal. That's my forte. That's my thing. Have you been traumatized? That made me more reclusive. I mean... I think everybody's been traumatized. I mean, what are we talking about traumatized? I think everybody's out there probably has some kind of fucking trauma. Can't do gluten or dairy. Me either. I got the dairy thing too. Yep. And I didn't get the dairy thing until I had celiac for like 4 or 5 years. Then all of a sudden, I couldn't have the dairy. Got the thyroid thing. I got all this shit coming now. Like, damn. Yep. All that goes along with it. You get all the wayward. I'm telling you, I'm like a lighthouse. Like a flame. You know, moths flock to the flame. Like, they just follow me the fuck home. I gotta wear shit. Like, I have to wear protections all the time. So the spirits don't fucking follow me home or jump on me when I'm doing things. I feel overwhelmed and drained shopping. I'm telling you. My husband made an attempt at my life. What? You're saying he tried to, like, unalive you? Is that what you're saying? See, y'all want to talk about trauma. Fucking trauma. Shit. That's terrible. I hope he's not your husband anymore. Right? Like, you didn't say ex-husband. Please tell me he's not your husband anymore. Shit. Like, if he's not, you should put ex. Ex-husband. Shit. Obsidian is my go-to always. And amethyst. See, I don't know a whole lot about the crystals. I know, a little bit about a few. Don't know a whole lot. This thing, y'all, I was telling about my buddy that does, like, the bomb-ass readings. He's actually, he's an Alosha. He's Omo Oshun, Alosha, and he instructed me to make this during the last reading I had with him, and it's red coral and jet. And I'm like, well, what's that gonna do? Because I don't know nothing about these fucking crystals. And he was like, that's going to protect you from spirits and, like, this and that. And I was like, oh, cool. Like, I'm all about that. Like, right away I went out and bought this shit. Red coral, yes. And it has to be, like, genuine, like, real red coral, which apparently isn't that easy to find. Yeah, he's like, it's going to protect me from spirits and, like, spiritual attack and, like, all this shit. And I was like, I'm on it, and I'm going to make this shit. Like, I don't know what the fuck about crystals and shit. My family all have really bad stomach problems, too, like Crohn's. Can't wait for that to come to, so yeah, celiac gastritis, like, telling you. Yep. I actually, see, I'm the only one in my family that got this shit. Nobody in my family got celiac. Nobody in my family got thyroid issues. Nobody in my family got any of the shit that I got. And I think, well, I know why I have it. But I also believe the food, the fucked up food they give us here in America, you know, has a whole lot to do with it. I mean, I know why I got mines. Mines came from a fucking attack, from a spiritual attack, and I'm left with lifelong things that I'm gonna carry for the rest of my life from that fucking shit that almost killed me. Yup. Not at all. It does and brings balance. With the red coral? See, I don't know. I know in Lukumi, the red coral, I know that's Oshuns. Like, I know that. So I didn't. They have different things and different traditions of what the fucking rocks mean. Like crystals. I don't know. Like, they don't use all the crystals. They use very specific ones. Like, they ain't using no amethyst and whatever. I know amber is used, and red coral, and jet, and I think white coral is used as well. They have very specific. Tiger's eye, I know they use that one too. I'm not Lukumi, so I didn't know when he told me to make this bracelet. I'm like, what's that gonna do? Like, I don't know. What's it gonna do? Collected them all. Yeah. How do you do W rocks you find? What do you do with rocks you find? I mean, it depends. Depends what the rock is. Like, if it's just like, you know, I'm walking down the street and I feel a rock calling to me and I'm like, ooh, pretty rock. I just bring it home and I put it up on a shelf until I'm doing something and that rock yells at me. I'm like, hey, I'm going to work in that. Pick me, you know, it'll scream at the shelf. Like, if I'm just like picking rando rocks that are like calling to me, I do that. Now, other things, like some rocks are collected for very specific purposes, that things have to be done with them. Like, I got a bag of rocks in here right now that I collected, but I have to make a special bath to wash the rocks in, and then I'm going to figure out which rock out of that pile, if any, is the rock I need and the rock I'm fucking looking for. Hopefully I fucking got it, because this is the second time I went and collected these fucking rocks. And the first time I didn't get one, so hopefully this time I fucking got one. If that's the right rock, if I got the rock I need in this bag, after the bath, there's like a whole ceremony and like things that needs to be done to this fucking rock. Yeah, it depends on the rock and what you're collecting the rock for. See, I work with rocks. I don't work with crystals. I don't really know much in that. I know clear quartz will amplify shit. You know, like, I know that. Like, I don't know much about crystals at all. And yes, she's so right. They will call to you. Yep. I find hagstones all the time. I got a whole bag of hagstones. In fact, I usually give them out in mystery boxes. When people buy mystery boxes, I'll throw some of my hagstones in there, because I got a whole fucking bag of them out here, because I just find them all the fucking time. Yeah, I hope I got my special rock, because I've been looking for this rock since before October. And this is the second goddamn time I went down there to get these rocks. The first time I didn't find one. It's going to be a special rock. I still got to make the fucking bath and wash the rocks to even find out if I got the fucking rock. I was so mad, y'all. Went all the way down there, collected them rocks, made the fucking bath. It took forever. Washing the goddamn rocks, and I didn't find the fucking rock that I needed. And I was like, God. So I had to throw the bath away. It wasn't no good. It wouldn't, you know, I couldn't keep it. It was all fresh herbs and everything. And so now I had to go back and get more rocks. And now I gotta make another bath and see if I got the fucking rock this time. I know a lot about crystals and other stuff, but then I just got random rocks sitting around. Yeah, absolutely. And every rock has a goddamn spirit. That's what, you know. I don't know everybody makes such a big deal about crystals. I don't think, and, you know, honestly, from what I'm seeing, probably 80% of what's being sold out there is crystals. They ain't even real crystals. Like, they're like man-made, or, you know, fake shit. Or, like, they're not genuine fucking rocks. Like, I don't need crystals. Give me some damn rocks. I'll be good. Them rocks were just as good as anything. Rocks and crystals are one and the same. They're not, though. They're not the same. All hold energy. All come from Earth. I mean, that's true, but I'm telling you, like, I know that most of the rocks being peddled out here, most of the crystals being peddled out here are fake. They're not real fucking crystals. They weren't mined from the earth. They're like man-made, you know, or compromised. I don't know what the fucking word I'm looking for. It's a C word. They're not even real. Like, I don't know. I can't see spending money on, like, what you're trying to say, crystals and rocks are the same thing. Then why would you spend all kinds of money on crystals? Well, you can go out there and get your own rocks. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll do everything with some rocks. I don't need them crystals. A lot are glass. See, exactly. I own one goddamn crystal. that I purchased myself. I have some crystals, but they was like given to me as gifts or some shit. So like, I don't even use. They just like sit in a box like somewhere. I got one crystal that I bought, and it's not even crystal. Moldavite, and I tell you what, I bought my Moldavite 7, 8, 9 years ago, before it was like a thing all over the fucking internet. Everybody's talking about fucking Moldavite and wants Moldavite. I bought my shit like fucking years ago. And it took me forever to find real fucking Moldavite, because majority of that shit's fucking fake, and it was fake fucking 8, 9 years ago. So like, I know this market is saturated with a bunch of fake fucking bullshit. It was saturated all them years ago. It's like, I don't need that shit. I'll get them fucking rocks. I'll go collect them myself. I'll talk to them. I'll wash them myself, you know. They'll work better or just as good as like any fucking crystal out there. Get your fucking rocks. You don't need crystals. Yes, don't buy them from stores. You go find them in nature. Well, shit. Colorado, Florida, Missouri caves. Yeah, I used to live in Missouri. I lived in Missouri for like 9 years. I've been to the caves. Been to the cave. But see, I don't collect crystals, so I collect rocks. I collect fucking crystals. I'll tell you one thing I do like that, and not for any other purpose than I think they're pretty. I like the druzies. Like, I like the crystals, and you crack them up. What are they? Geodes, druzies, whatever they're called. I like those because I think they're pretty. Like, that's it. Like, I wouldn't work with them or put them in anything or do it. I just think they're pretty. Like, those are the only crystals I even like. Me and one from my friends know a bit about crystals. She knows more because she did competitions in geology. That's pretty cool. Knowing how old and if they're real, at least we'll see. That's a bonus. Geodes are really cool looking. Yeah, those are the only... I think because they're rocks, and then you break them, and there's like coal inside, you know? I think that's why I like them. I just think they're pretty. Oh, I wouldn't actually use them for anything, though. Lord have mercy. See, this isn't even... This is amber. Like, I don't even... And that's for a fucking reason. Like, I don't do crystals. It's just not my deal. And that's fine. If it's other people's deals and that's what they want to do, and, you know, I'm not putting anybody down for anything they do. If that's what you want to do, it's just not my deal. Like, I'll go get some fucking rocks. I'm cool. Good with my rocks. I'm good with my ditch water. What is going on out back? There is a big bright light coming in my back window. And it's up high. What in the Sam hell? It's like high. Like I got UFO outside my house, y'all. Let me go. I'll be right back. I gotta go see what this light is. I don't even know what the fuck it is, y'all. But it's coming from a fucking house. It's like, it's not the house across the street either. It's like a house behind that house, and they're like shining this big, giant, super bright, like, spotlight right out. Like, and it's coming right in my window. I don't even know what it actually is. They're in a big, bright spotlight. That's something crazy. Because it's like 2 houses behind, so it's like, it looks like it's up high. Well, I guess it is up high, but I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It's like 3 a.m. and they're out there shining this big ass spotlight right in my window. What the fuck? It's a single light too. It's not like headlights or something. It's really weird. It's really bright. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I really wouldn't have been surprised if it was a UFO. It's hard to find stuff to use that isn't hippie themed, aesthetic stuff. See, I'm telling you. Stick with the old school, stick with the primitive shit. Our ancestors didn't use crystals. They didn't. They used bones, they used rocks, they used dirt, they used water. Didn't use much crystals. Now, they might even use some gold, or some silver, some copper, metals, iron, shit like that, that they ain't fine. They ain't using no fucking crystals. Okay, well, y'all, I guess I'm gonna head off of here. It's 3 a.m. I got the spotlight shining right in my fucking face. I don't know. And I gotta make more fire. Because my husband don't get up for like 4 more hours. So I gotta make sure it's still hot when he gets up. You registered for the class? Awesome. Did you get the email? Because last class, 1 or 2 people didn't get the email. So when you registered, you should have gotten an email with the link to the Zoom and the password. Did you get that? Okay. Why I love watching you. You aren't about aesthetics and stuff. It's just legit from you. I'm real. I'm real deal. I strive very, very, very much to not have an ego. Because I don't really see how you can. But sometimes, you know, it kind of feels like you might be being egotistical or something. And I don't know. I just try really hard. I strive to be egoless. You know, some people strive to be nothing. And see if you're actually pregnant. Nope. This is not readings, honey. There's a zillion people on TikTok doing free live readings. Go find one of them people. Because this ain't it. That's not what I do. Shared the video live with more than 5 friends. Well, thank you, Anna. I'm sorry I don't do the live. I mean, this isn't readings. Like, this is questions. This is learning about witchcraft. Like, it's not readings. It's, like, educational. I'm gonna be like you in the future for real. You wish. No. You wish. You wish you were this cool. No, I'm just kidding. That is sweet and flattering that anybody would want to be like me. I don't think I'm very special or much of anything. Oh my god. That was my Gen X come out for a second. You wish you was this fucking cool. No. I do have a lot of people in the past who tried to be like, they have tried to be like me, like literally. Like copied me and all kinds of shit. Like I had to block a few people because like I would come out with a product that, you know, I worked months on, and getting formularies from my spirits and doing all this shit. And I finally released this product. And these motherfuckers, like, 3 days later, they would release the same exact product. And I'm like, I know you ain't fucking. No. Some people, you know, they do it in a not good way. And it just, I know they say, what do they say? Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. That's what they say. That's what they say. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'm much of anything special to try and be like. That's one of the reasons right there. So glad I found you. 6,400. What's that mean? What does 6,400 mean? You are, though. I love real honesty. That's when I was sold. So I was sad. You love me or you hate me, because some people can't handle the truth or honesty, or you gotta be really sweet and deliver things all gentle. I'm like, I'm not. This ain't bakery. I don't sugarcoat anything. I'm gonna tell you how it is. I'm gonna try and be nice about it. I'll be as gentle as I know how to be, which usually isn't gentle enough for a lot of people. Hey! Will you stop it? This cat, man, this kitten's crazy. I will see you Sunday. I'm so looking forward. Okay, I hope you got the email. If you didn't get the email, because it's supposed to be automatically sent out, like when someone purchases the class. Now what do you got? What are you doing? I gotta take everything and put it in my pocket, because he's fucking with everything. I'm out of candy too, god damn it. If you didn't get the email, just message me through the website and tell me you didn't get it. And I'll make sure you get it. But it's supposed to be automatically sent out. You did get it? Okay, cool. Let's get her to 7,000 before she signs off. Oh, look at you guys. You got me to 7.4. Holy shit. Does that... Oh my god, cat. Stop it. He's chewing on, like, these screws. Like, what are you doing? Oh, this cat is nuts. Like, it's not even string. He's chewing on screws and springs and stuff. Fucking nutball. And he's purring the whole time he's doing it. I'm watching. He's trying to get it again. You're gonna knock it on the floor now. Y'all, why did I get kittens? My cat, I have this older cat. He's like 14. And I know it's getting time. My black cat, too. I know it's getting time to, like, we're gonna have to put him to sleep soon. Because he's losing weight. He's not grooming himself anymore. Like, I know that time is approaching. That light went out. So I was like, you know, then I would only have one cat. And I'm like, he's always had, you know, the other cat. And they're like buddies. And they sleep together and cuddle and play. And I was like, if we put him down, then my other cat is just going to be alone. Like, he's not going to have his buddy that he sleeps with and plays with. So I was like, I'm going to go get a kitten. Well, I couldn't pick between the two because I love them both, and I was like, then they're brothers, and I'm like, I'll just get two, and we'll just have 3 cats, and, you know, now I'm like, kind of regretting the decision. This is crazy. I haven't had kittens in so many years. He's pulling all my cords out right now. Thank you guys. Oh my god, 8.6 likes. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Next time you go live, you will be shared further on the platform. Is that how, like, if I get more likes, then they'll share me more when I go? Next time you go live, you will be shared further on the platform. Is that how, like, if I get more likes, then they'll share me more when I go live? Is that how that works? I don't even know. I don't even know how TikTok works. I don't even know that's a thing. We're almost there, guys. This will get her further next. Well, I'm glad you guys are here to tell me how TikTok works, because I don't. I don't even understand half of what goes on TikTok. My TikTok just glitched and put me on some rappers live. That's weird. You hear him purring? I'm telling you. He's laying back here purring and just ripping all my cords out and like being crazy. And purring the whole time he's doing it. The more likes, the more you appear. Okay. Okay, that's good to know. You guys are awesome. You're teaching, see? You're teaching me. You're teaching me things I don't know. Hopefully I'm teaching you something you didn't know. See? Yeah, that's awesome. That's the flow of things. Give and take. Give and take. Everything gotta be give and take. You gotta give to receive. So that's awesome. I really appreciate you guys. Well, you will be teaching me Sunday. Yeah, you missed the first class, but it was just, you kind of said ancestors is like your thing. So, like, it was probably information that you're probably familiar with, because I started it out very basic. Like, the first class was, like, who are ancestors, why they're important, what they're not, and, like, all that deal was the first class. This class is going to be setting up the space and the altar, which you probably already might know that too, but I might have a different way of doing it, so maybe you'll learn something about that, but that's probably going to be 2 classes, probably, because I probably won't be able to fit it all. The classes are like 40 minutes or 45 minutes, so I probably won't be able to fit it all into that next class. Just like regular TikToks, the more likes you get on a video, the more your video goes out. Okay. See, I didn't know this. Teaching me too. I know so much about TikTok because my generation's life is on this app. See, I just started this TikTok like last summer. Like the end of summer, like August or September. So it's like, I've really only had this like, I don't know, 6 months or something. And the only reason I have 60,000 followers is because one of my videos went super viral. I don't know how it happened. I don't know what happened. Well, I actually had another one that sort of went, like it didn't go viral like that one went, but it did a lot. Like there was 2. And that's why I have so many fucking followers on here, but I never get a lot of people on my lives for some reason. I don't understand. Well, I never understood why. Like, if I have so many followers, why don't I have more on lives? Like, but you guys are kind of schooling me on that a little bit. We did it. She's at 10,000. Awesome. If you want, I would love you on my podcast. I've never done a podcast, but I would be open to the idea if you want to discuss that with me, like what it would entail or what you want the topic to be about, or we can definitely have a conversation about that. I've never done it, so it'd be first. You could be my first. You could be my number 1. You're all over Appalachian folk TikTok. You're very popular in the hashtags. You see, I thought the hashtags had something to do with it. But see, I only had the 2 that like went pretty damn viral. The rest of them, like all my other videos, didn't even do close to what those 2 videos did. So, and I still use the same hashtag. So I don't know. I don't know why those 2 went viral. Like I didn't think there was nothing special, like whatever, but like I thought I had better ones than that. But those are the ones, and I don't know, that's how I ended up with 60,000. I did have 60,000. I'm down to like 159 0.8 or 0.7 now or something. Because I think a lot of people follow you on this app because they want you to follow them. Like, it's like I follow you, you follow me back kind of thing. Well, I don't follow people just because they follow me. Like, I only follow content that I want to see, you know? Like, if you follow me and I look at your content and I like it, then I'll follow you, you know? But most of the people that follow me, I don't follow them back. And I think that's where I start losing, like, follows on my page because they just followed me, so I follow them back. And if I don't follow them back, then they unfollow me, you know? I don't know. I think that's how it works. I'm an old lady. Don't fucking ask me. I think that's what's going on. But I was like 60.1 thousand followers. And now it's slowly dwindling down because I don't follow people back. I think them sending the gifts are money for you too. I have received a few gifts on my live. On my lives in the past, I think I have like $3. And like people be sending, and it's like a penny or something when they send something. Like it's like literally a penny. Like I think I have like $3, and you have to have, according to what I read, you have to have like at least $100 to even be able to like make a withdrawal or anything. So I think it's gonna be sitting there for quite a fucking while. Like I can't even touch that shit until it gets up to $100, and that's gonna be a lot. Like it's gonna take a long time. Yeah, I didn't know I was all over Appalachian TikTok. That's awesome though. Probably because a lot of people over there don't fucking like me. Oh, I made a splash when I started this TikTok channel. Apparently, I made a big fucking splash because people apparently didn't think of the ideas that I came up with to do the Appalachian superstition, Appalachian witch trick. You know, those are like my taglines, my catch lines. And what's really funny is I've had those for years. I literally did Appalachian superstition as a meme, in a meme form, on my Facebook, on my Instagram, years ago. Like I made the memes, I created the hashtag, and those have been floating around out there for like 4 or 5 years. So what I did when I started a TikTok, I just turned them into video form. Like I took all my memes and everything I made, and I just made them, you know, little snippets instead of memes, and it took off. But apparently, people are mad because they didn't fucking have that idea. Like, I made a big splash on Appalachian witch talk or whatever when I jumped in the pool here, and a lot of people don't like me. But that's fine. That's fine. I don't need everybody to like me. Oh, Lord. It's on, I don't even know what that, Para X Radio Network. Aired globally. I've never heard of Para X Radio Network. You'll have to, like DM me or something, and we'll have to have a conversation about this, because I'm open to it. Yeah, I've never done it, so just talk about what it entails and da-da-da, and we'll go from there. I think them sending the gifts are... Okay, I read that. We could talk ancestors, and you could talk about you class. Oh, on the show? Yeah, I'd be open for that. The thing is I don't want to talk too much about ancestors while I'm running the class, because I don't want to like give the class out. You follow me? Like I don't want to give out the information that's in the class and just give it out when people are taking the class to get the information. Are you following me? It's like I did a live, I don't know, 2 weeks ago or something, right before the other class, and I had all these questions about ancestors, and I'm like, Go sign up for the class. Like, I don't want to give the information out that's, consistent in the class. It kind of defeats the purpose. So yeah, that's why I've hyped my class up a little bit, but I'm not really talking about ancestors a whole lot tonight because I don't want to, just put all the information out there when it's part of the class. Oh, a lot of people probably don't like you because they don't want to hear honesty. It's that too. I even had this one guy, I first started on here, right? And he was like, he loved me. He was like stitching my videos, and he was like telling people, he's like, go follow her. She's awesome, and she speaks the real deal. And he was like making all these videos, like stitching me and doing all this shit. And then so I watched his content, and I'm like, it's okay, I'll listen, I'll watch his videos. I don't mind if they show up in my whatever, my TikTok. And that was okay for like a week, and then he did like this one video, and it popped up on my thing, and I'm watching it, and I 100% did not agree with what he was saying in this video. So I commented, and I'm like, you need to think about it this way, because this is not really what you're saying is not really how it would work, and it doesn't make sense. And he got all fucking mad at me. Him and a few of his followers got mad at me because I told him he was wrong, and it doesn't make sense, and it wouldn't work that way. Got all mad at me, fucking, retracted all his videos. He said I was awesome. He did the most, y'all. And so he started doing all this shit. So I just blocked him because y'all know I don't do drama on here. Like, y'all starting drama, I ain't just blocked. Just immediate block. And a couple months later, he came back on a different account on my Instagram and wrote me this huge apology letter. And I'm like, really? Really, really? Like all that bullshit, everything you did, and you're just gonna come back and apologize, and make a whole new account to come apologize. Like, I don't know. I don't do this drama shit. It is bullshit. But yes, I've made several enemies on TikTok already, and I haven't even been here that long. I really think it's because they mad that they didn't come up with the idea. You know what I mean? Like, I hopped on here brand new, and they've been on here for years, and they've had an account, and they have all these videos and all this shit, and I hopped on with my ideas and took off and went viral, and I think everybody got mad about that. And I'm probably not even that viral. Like I said, 1.9 million views on one video. That's the one that went super viral. Well, I call it super viral. It's probably not even a big deal. That's probably a little bit viral. But for me, that's a lot, And I had one other one that had, I don't know, close to 1 million. It was 980,000 or something. And those are the two that got me all my followers. But I don't even know how I did it. I don't know what made those videos go take off like they did or whatever. And it's probably not that big, and it's probably not a lot, but it's big to me, That's a lot of likes and a lot of shares, a lot of views, whatever. That's why we got to get your lives out. Just wait till you have 3K watching. You will make that $100. That'd be pretty sweet. I don't know if I'm ever going to have 3K on live, though. I'm lucky if I can hit 20 or 30. In less than an hour, I bet, because you're great. Aw. Thank you. I don't think I'm great. I don't think I'm anything special. I'm just here to help people. I'm here to serve. That's my job. I'm a servant. I serve spirit. I serve the community. And my job is to help people. We will fit we will fill your class up. That'd be pretty cool. Because I just want people to be able to have access to the information and to understand the role that ancestors play and how that is how you really step into your true power. And I think a lot of people either don't know about ancestor work or, they blow it off. Because I see a lot of people, especially on here, and they're all about deities, like everybody has this deity and like everybody, or Goetia and demons, and like they're all doing this shit. And I don't see hardly, nobody talking about ancestors. And I'm like, that's where your fucking shit lies. That's your most powerful shit. That's your most powerful allies. I mean, that's your fucking foundation. So, that's kind of my thing, so I started doing. In fact, the whole reason I started this TikTok channel was for my ancestors. Because I wanted to honor them and pay homage to them, which is why my entire TikTok channel is about my culture, my Pennsylvania Dutch, my powwow, my Appalachian folk magic. It's about me, my culture, my family traditions, stuff I was raised in, and you won't see anything else on my TikTok. I don't put, my ATR stuff on there, my Conjure stuff. I don't put that stuff on there. It's completely 100% about my ancestors and my culture, and I made it to honor them. That's the whole reason I'm fucking over here. And they've been very pleased about me doing that. Bless, good morning from Scotland. I love Scotland. I've never been there, but I love Scotland. Like, I always wanted to go, man. Even when I was a little kid, I've always wanted to go. And I'm never going to go. And, man, I fucking love Scotland. I've never been there, but I love it. Like, I just feel like it would feel like, like home or something. You're a star. That's what did it now. Oh, I ain't no star. Do more lives. We will get your lives viral. That would be awesome. No, I'm not. I'm really not. I'm really, really not. I'm just doing my charge in this life, That's what I'm supposed to do. When can I know you got a big lot going on besides TikTok? When can I know you? Oh, when you can. Okay. Commas. Like commas and periods. I know they only let you type so much. I know, I'm aware. It was really confusing me for a minute. Okay. When you can. I know you got a lot going on besides TikTok. I'm a tiny bit dyslexic too, so just bear with me. Question. What do you call your hair? Is there a reason you did it? I just call them dreads, or I call them locks, or I call them dreadlocks. Is there a reason I did it? There's many reasons I did it. I've actually had this hairstyle for many years. I started doing them in my teens, and I've had different sets throughout my life. Like, I will have them, I'll keep them, 6, 8, 10 years, and then I'll shave my head, or cut them all off. And then, in 3, 4 years, I'll do them again. Like, I've had 6 or 8 different sets of dreads during my life. And it's for many reasons. One is protection. Because nobody is getting my fucking hair. I had somebody get my fucking hair. I had somebody get my fucking hair at a time when I didn't have dreadlocks. This was back in like 2014. And they flipped my ass up. And never again. this keeps my hair on my head. My hair is not going anywhere, and nobody's getting my fucking hair. So number one, this is protection. Number two, it's protection because it absorbs a lot of shit, which means I gotta cleanse them regularly, besides just shampoo and washing. They absorb, because they suck everything up. They absorb a lot of shit that would, get in my head or anything. So, in my ori. So that's another way to protection. Number two, baby! God, my dog. These animals are driving me crazy tonight. Number two, there's many, many, many cultures who have, let me just put this out there. There's many, 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 many cultures who have dreadlocks. In America, it seems that people only equate this hairstyle with people of color. Which I guess in America, that's pretty much it. But if you look around the world, you look at other cultures, and if you look at the history of cultures and dreads, you will find that pretty much every single culture on every single continent and country has had a faction of people that wear their hair like this for different reasons. And they're almost always spiritual reasons. So, for example, there are, I forget the name of the sect in India, but there's a whole tribe in India, and their priests dread their hair from like the time they become priests. And they never cut them. And they're super long, and they drag on the ground, and they ball them up in these great big, balls of dreadlocks, and they never cut them, and they never let their hair down. They always wear them up in this big, because when you have a lot of dreadlocks, it's a lot easier to carry the weight of them if they're like bald on top of your head. I wear mine in a ball on top of my head a lot, and mine aren't even like that long. But they never let their hair down, their dreadlocks down, except for very special certain ceremonies, very certain like holidays or days or things that they're doing. It's the only time they're allowed to let their dreadlocks down. Any other time they're wearing them in a big ball on top of their head. And that's just one example. And of course, we know we got Rastafarians. Of course, we know there's even, there's Asian cultures that have had dreadlocks in the past. There are white cultures that have worn dreadlocks. Like, it's pretty much a global thing. And it just happens to be like in America that it's only equated with people of color. But even if you take Rastafarians, even for them, it's not a cultural thing, it's a religious thing. Because Rastafarianism is a religion. It's a legitimate, recognized religion. And their dreadlocks are a religious thing, not really a cultural thing. So dreadlocks have always been spiritual for many, many reasons. But hair, again, in many cultures, hair has a lot of significance. Hair, let me just say it has a lot of significance. I think I went over this on my last live. So, you remember there's stories. There's like stories of Samson, and they cut his hair off, and he loses his strength. I think there's another one. It might have been Hercules or somebody that got his hair cut off, and he lost all his strength. There's like several stories like that. So there's not only that, where it's believed, strength and vitality and spirituality, and this resides in your hair. There's also other cultures, and I do believe that some of them are indigenous peoples in America, which is why they never cut their hair, or when they would go to wars with other tribes, they would scalp. They would scalp and cut their hair off because hair is very spiritual to them as well, and they would never cut it. And even when colonialists started recruiting indigenous people for like the army, and stuff like that, they were the only soldiers that they didn't make them cut their hair. When you join the army, you get your head shaved or you get the flat top or like whatever they do. The indigenous people, didn't have to cut their hair. They were the only ones that were allowed to leave their hair long, because they found that when they made them cut their hair, see, when they put them in the army, they were put in for like tracking and spy missions and being stealthy and like all this kinds of stuff. But when they made them cut their hair, they lost all of those abilities. They couldn't track anymore. They couldn't do all these things that they could do when they had their hair before they got it cut off. So they then made a rule that if indigenous people joined the military, they didn't have to cut their hair. Hair is very, and there's so much more, but I don't want to keep going on. It's like 3:30 in the morning. But, baby! You want the stick? I got the stick! My German Shepherd's gone nuts. Yeah, hair. Y'all hear this ruckus? Hair is an extremely spiritual and all kinds of significance. So there's a lot of reasons why I wear this. My dog just came. Hold on. I'm gonna kick your butt. Did she go under that?
Yeah.
What in the world? Did you have it latched at the bottom?
Yeah.
What is your problem?
She was out there for some reason.
I'm gonna shut the damn door for a minute. Goddamn madhouse around here tonight, man. Everybody's going crazy. I like this mesh gate that I put across my bedroom door to keep my dogs in there while we're sleeping, so they're not like running around being crazy at night. And she just climbed under the fucking, like climbed under the gate, like worm crawled under the fucking gate. And she's never done that, like ever. I don't know what the hell her problem is. So yeah, anyway, hair is very important for many reasons. There's many reasons why I wear this hairstyle. See, I don't even consider it a hairstyle. Like, to me, it's not a hairstyle. I don't know how to describe what it is, but it's not a style. Like I consider a style, like an updo or a beehive or, whatever, the emo bangs. I'm like, that's a style. This isn't a hairstyle to me. It's something else, but I don't know what to call it. I don't know what label to put on it. Done right, that's because I've done them 100 times in my life. I have wanted to do hair similar to yours. Well, go for it. That's all you can do is go for it. Alright, Mimi, I didn't know if she used the term dreads or locks. Also, there are other versions. There are other versions, and what I have heard, I've never researched it or anything, but what I've heard is they were only given the name dreads during the transatlantic slave trade colonialism times, because they were dreaded, not dreaded, not dreaded hair, you would say dread, but oh, that's dreaded, they were something bad, basically, which is why they were given the name dreaded. I don't know how, or dreads. I don't know how much validity I put into that. I guess I haven't really researched it. It's just something I kind of heard somewhere. They go clear back to the Vikings. Absolutely. I'm telling you, if you go back, there is a faction on every single continent of every single culture. There is a faction of people that have worn dreadlocks. We had Druids on here earlier. I think that was you, Mimi. Druids had dreadlocks. Yes. I'm saying to me, it's not an ethnic or cultural thing. It's a spiritual thing. And it's only in America that that's even like a thing where people are like, oh, that's a people of color, this is their hairstyle, and like, it's only in this country where people think that way, because, I don't know, most Americans don't have any culture. Don't have any culture. Especially white Americans, they don't have any fucking culture. So, yeah, if you go all out of America, like, it's a different story. Even just looking back at history, even Egyptians had dreadlocks, like, but they called them plates or platelets or plaits or something like that. They didn't call them dreads, but it was the same thing. I have heard a lot about some of the stuff you're saying, but I don't know if I should do it. Do it! Shit. I mean, while hair is super duper special and it's got all these, perceived abilities and powers and stuff, it's still just hair. Like, it'll still grow back. Like I said, I've cut my dreads off tons of times. This is like my 8th set of dreads that I've done. I've had them all colors too. I've had pink dreads, I've had red dreads, I had white dreads. I've had black ones. Like, I have had every single color of dreads. Like, because I used to dye my hair all the time and everything. These are 100% real and natural. I quit dyeing my hair years and years and years ago. Like, I love my gray. I call them wisdom highlights. These are my wisdom highlights, and I will not hide them. Like, I haven't dyed my hair in probably 8 years. Like, this is 100% all me. I quit dyeing my hair a long time ago just because I didn't like putting all the chemicals on my head anymore. Like, I feel like it was doing something to my my crown, my ori, and I was like, I don't want to put any more chemicals on my head. Well, I would still love to dye my hair sometimes. I see colors that I like, and I'm like, ooh, I would love to do that. Especially the ombres that I'm seeing nowadays. I'm like, ooh, I love it, but I won't dye my hair anymore. I won't bleach it or anything. On point, I am a cosmetologist. Look at that shit. You're right. I think, see, look, we just talked him into doing it, man. I'm telling you, you gotta come back, and you gotta like stitch a video or send me a video or a picture or something when you dread your hair. Just be aware. I don't know what kind of hair texture you have. To even, I'm fucking white as they come, man. I'm white. But I have really curly hair. It's not like, the kind of texture that other cultures have in their hair, but it's curly. Like, you can even tell. You can tell just by looking at my dreads that my hair is curly as fuck. Look at where it's not, like, all up in there. You can see you can see how my hair curls. But anyway, I don't know what kind of hair texture you have, but pretty much any dreadlocks, when you first do them, they're going to be puffy. They're going to be very light, they're going to be frizzy, and they're going to be puffy. So when dreadlocks are brand new, they stick out. They stick out. You look like Sideshow Bob. They just stick out everywhere. And it's a little bit of work until, you get some age in them. Like, probably about 6 to 8 months a year. You gotta palm roll them, like every day. Put a little bit of beeswax in there, not a whole lot, because we're making dreads, not candles. Gentle essence of beeswax, not like saturate your fucking head with it. But yeah, just palm rolling them a little bit every day. Put a little bit of beeswax in there, and they'll eventually start getting some weight, and they'll eventually start laying down instead of sticking out. I like the sticking out phase too. Like, I even had them all sticking. I put them in a ponytail and just like, woo! Like, I like all the phases of dreadlocks. Bonus is you never have to style your hair, other than put it in a ponytail to keep it out of your face, or, pull it back. Like, you don't have to blow dry it or gel it or style it or, like, waste all that time doing your fucking hair, because you wake up and your hair's fucking dead. The only thing is you gotta keep your roots kind. See, I just started working on my roots a week ago. Like, I got little rubber bands here, I don't know if you can see, but this is how I keep my roots in check. Like, once a year, when I start getting really frizzy down here, I'll separate them good. I'll rubber band the root, so because the rubber band will make it knot down here. Rubber band the root, and I take a crochet hook and I loop in all my, if I have frizzies or loose ends sticking out, I loop that shit in, like weave it into my dreads, and I just leave these rubber bands until they fall out. And they'll usually start falling out pretty good in a month. I've already lost 3 or 4, and I just put these in like a week ago. But yeah, I mean, that's it. That's the only upkeep you have. Other than washing them, yes, wash your fucking dreads. Other than that, it's the only upkeep you have. Like, I do this once a year, and I don't have to do anything else other than wash it. It's like super easy. I save so much time. I never have to worry about what my hair looks like. Like, it's sweet. The only thing is, after a little while, they're gonna start getting some weight to them. Like these used to be like down to my butt, like a couple years ago. But I cut them. When I cut them to like shoulder length, and now they're like, like past my armpit length now again. It's like, sometimes the weight gives me headaches, depending on, that's why I wear it up a lot, because it's a lot easier to balance the weight. But they do get heavy after a while. You might want to cut them if they get too long or the weight gets too much. Just shorten them a little bit. And, I mean, I love it. Love it. You never got to worry about, anything. I save so much money on hair products. Like, so much money and so much time. I never got to do anything. Don't got to buy all them hair products, gel and the mousse and the straighteners and the blow dryers and the curling irons and all this crap. I don't need none of that shit. I've always wanted dreads, but I'm white, blonde, of European descent. I'm afraid of offending too. Well, see, it's like I said earlier, it's only in America that people would even take offense to that. It's only in this country. Like, you go anywhere else outside of America, there's like, everyone knows that there's every culture on the planet has had dreads and has factions of people that wear this hairstyle. It's only in America that it's associated with one race and one culture. And if you have them, you're stealing from them. Like, that's an American mindset and ideology. So, I've had people come at me and say things like that, and I try to explain it to them, and if they don't want to listen, I don't give a fuck. Go on your merry way, or I'll block you, or you can just go away, and we can agree to disagree, or you can go actually, learn some culture, and, I don't care. I never give it. Gen X, girl, I don't give a fuck what anybody says or thinks. Because they wrong. I could have swore I was getting off of here an hour ago. Oh, I had a tube of chapstick on this fucking table. Because I've been sitting in front of this fire too long and my lips are all fucking dry. Oh. It is not here. I bet you the cat knocked it off and rolled it somewhere. Didn't ya? Didn't ya? You stole my chapstick, didn't ya? Can you hear him purring? Can you guys hear it? Hi, happy boy. Hi, sweetie. Can you guys hear him purring? Isn't he the cutest? I'm gonna remember this stuff, thanks. I'll for sure send pics when I do. Fucking go for it, man. YOLO! Oh, for real, though. You got one life. Fucking live it. Do what you want to do. And don't give a flying fuck about what anybody else thinks about it. It's your fucking life. She just got done talking about how everyone can do them. How are yours section? It's random. I did them, myself. I didn't have anybody else do them for me, so it's random as fuck. I tried, I do have a side part. So I tried to keep my part, and that's pretty much the only, it's just literally, I just took sections of the sizes that I wanted, and bloop. And how I do mine, like I said, I don't know what kind of hair texture you have. I literally do my dreads with a flea comb, and I've done them that way for years because it's the best way I've found to do them. Either a flea comb or one of those teasing combs that has 2 or 3 layers of different length teeth. You know what I'm saying? But you need a metal one if you're using one of those combs. You have to get a metal one, not a plastic one, because it's going to fucking break. I just section them off, and I just start back combing. You just start back combing until you get a nice dread. And you want them really tight, especially when they're new. You're going to back comb them, for a long time, and they're going to get really short. I don't know how long your hair is, but if your hair is this long when you start, it's going to be, this long when you're done. It's going to be up here. It will, shorten your length by half when you do them, and you gotta just back comb, and that's all you do. And then you just you palm roll them just like this. You just roll all the way down, and you do that every day. You put a little tiny bit of wax on them once in a while to keep the frizzy down, give them a little bit of weight, and you're good to go. Do you condition it? No, never ever condition dreads. Wash, yes. And I only use the natural sulfate and phosphate free, because that stuff can get inside, it doesn't rinse out 100%. And when you have dreadlocks, it can get inside your dread, and it can start turning moldy and stuff like that because you got all these chemicals inside it. So I only use sulfate free, phosphate free, paraben free. Yeah, see, they actually make dreadlock shampoo that is all that stuff free, but you can buy it, Sally's or something. It doesn't have to be dreadlock shampoo. They make shampoos that's free of all that shit, and that's the kind of shampoo. You don't want them to get moldy. The only other thing is when you wash them, you think they're heavy dry. They're going to triple in weight when you get them wet. And because they absorb everything, they're like big sponges. You got to wring them out when they're wet and you wash them. You literally got to take them like a dish rag, and you got to wring them out and get all the moisture out that you can get out, so you don't start growing mold in them. And a conditioner would loosen. You don't want them loose. These are hard as a rock. I couldn't stick a fucking nail through my hair hard, and that's the way you want them. But condition would start loosening that up, and they would start coming out. So no, you don't ever use conditioner. You air dry them or blow dry? I air dry. You can blow dry, but I don't. It's usually so hot and everything down here that I don't have to. They dry really quick. In the summer, anyway. Yeah, it's usually so hot and sunny and everything that when I get them wet, they dry pretty dang fast. In the winter, it can take 2 days for them to get completely fucking dry, but I don't. You can use a hairdryer. I just don't. Don't like doing all that. Less work for me, the better. Okay. Look, I'm only here to fucking help people and educate, and I'm educating on dreads of all things. I sure wish I had my chapstick. And it looks like I gotta make more fire. Look at that shit. Thanks so much for the real. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you everything has a positive and a negative, as I started off this live with. Everything has a positive and a negative, so, nothing is all sunshine and roses, like everything is going to have some work or some downside, or dreads have a few, not a whole lot, and if you can deal with those few things, and believe me, you get used to them after just a little while, like it just becomes your routine, then you can have dreads. You can just deal with that, few things. So, my God, you guys got me up to 17,000.7. I think that's the most I ever had on a live. So, we will see on the next live if I actually get more fucking people. We'll see if this works. Because I honestly don't know. I'm just taking y'all word for it. I want to see some proof. Santo Thomas, poor career. Yep. Seeing is believing. That's the other thing about being a spiritualist, being a witch, being a medium, being whatever the fuck you are. You don't believe anything. I don't believe anything. I know. And knowing is completely different from believing something. Because when you know, you don't have a choice. It's not a matter of belief or a matter of faith. You fucking know. That's a massive, massive difference. And I never believe anything without proof. I am a hard, staunch debunker. I will try and debunk everything and anything I can. I gotta have proof. I gotta have proof for everything. And once I have proof, I know. And then I don't have to have a question of faith or what I believe or what's real and what's not or what's possible. Because I got proof. I know. And that's all that fucking matters. So, okay, I'm glad some of you signed up for the class. And I will see you on Sunday. And hopefully I can have some time to come back and do a live. Not too long. I actually did my last one like 2 weeks ago. So it's only been 2 weeks in between, which is like a phenomenal record for me. Like, I'm lucky if I can get time for a live like once every 2-3 months or something. So 2 in 1 month is really good for me. But it's usually going to be late at night at this too, because that's the only time that I have time. So, I hope I helped everyone. I'm glad some of you signed up for the class, and we'll see you Sunday. And I guess that'll do it for tonight. I hope I answered your questions. I hope you're walking away with more knowledge than you came in here with. I know I am. Y'all help me too, learning the TikTok crap. So, the website is primitiverootsconjure.com. You can find me on Facebook at Primitive Roots Appalachian Conjure. You can find me on Instagram at primitive_roots_conjure. And that's about it. And until I see you again, may all your ancestors have all the necessary light and elevation that they need to properly guide you on your path. And I will see you in the future. Everyone have a blessed evening and a blessed weekend.